never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You're clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Turn again, boy, just like that. Where do the days go? Here we are, cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Welcome into a Wednesday. We'll work our way from the East Coast to the West and roll into a Wednesday. All right, Hump Day coming on midweek there. Hope your week's going well. Obviously, we'll get some of our listening friends checking in on Facebook, YouTube, overnightriveradio.com, tncradio.live, where again, here we are at day number 3 of our big contest, 5 weeks, where you get the opportunity to win $1,000 each workday and a shot at $10,000 grand prize. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret and tncradio.live. Just be listening in. Hour number 2, we will have our first keyword of the day here for a Wednesday. Then coming up in our final hour, we'll give you yet another keyword. You just go over to tncradio.live, enter the keyword, and it's as simple as that. And each keyword that you enter is a separate registration. You technically have the ability to register or enter 4 times a day. Because once we wrap things up here at 5 o'clock Eastern Time later this morning, another keyword comes your way during the morning grind between 9 and 11 a.m. And then the final keyword of the day during the, what do they call it? The evening surge between 5 and 7 p.m. I have the keywords before me. All right. So there you go. Great to have you on board. I expect we'll hear at some point from Chevy Guy this morning. Tried to call him a little bit ago. I'm not sure exactly what time he heads out here on the evening. He shared a video from about 4 o'clock this past afternoon where he had a very close encounter with it. What looked to me like a tornado sweeping through South Carolina there. You can see it was kind of staged in line, I guess, lined up to pick up a load of wood chips, because that's what he hauls. And tornado pushing right there. That shake was, the truck was shaking, rocking, and rolling. Yeah, those storms that, again, pushed through South Carolina, they're now off the eastern seaboard. All clear in South Carolina. North Carolina, you've still got some pretty heavy rain in eastern portions of the state there. Yeah, from Kitty Hawk down to Jacksonville, North Carolina. Along that line, rains continue to push off to the east. In the northeast tonight, yeah, it's going to be kind of an ugly night. Definitely going to have slower travel because you've got rain. You're socked in pretty much from Richmond to Roanoke, Virginia, all the way up to Washington, D.C., all points in between. You've got some rain. Philadelphia to New York City, from there west, all the way back through Pittsburgh, Wheeling, West Virginia, and all the rain now east of Columbus, there in Ohio. We've cleared out here in southwest Ohio, the tri-state region as we refer to it, but the fog has settled in. Got some dense fog tonight through parts of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky. Then our next system already bringing showers and some thunderstorms stretching from Wisconsin through northern Illinois. Not raining in Chicago yet, but by the time we get out of here this morning, it will be raining in Chicago. Eastern portions of Iowa, down into northern portions of Arkansas, on into Kansas. It's lighter rain when you get down toward Wichita, Kansas. But again, forecasters have been telling us it's going to be an active week. How about those temperatures? All right, it's a comfortable 50 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. It's springtime, and the temperature swings can be very dramatic across the country, and this week is no exception. Next week, we'll actually take it to the extreme as cold air sweeps in out of the central and eastern regions while the heat really begins to build out west. Now, this back and forth weather pattern could culminate with another extensive outbreak of severe weather over the middle portions of the country next week. They're given plenty of advance notice. This is what the models are depicting, the cooler weather bringing temperatures down as much as 20 degrees below where we would be this time of year in mid-April. And when you factor in the breezy conditions, it's going to feel on the skin even that much colder. Normal highs would range from the middle 50s in areas like northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin. You'd typically be in the low to mid 70s down in much of Georgia. The biggest temperature plunge in the short term will be taking place from Wednesday and Thursday over the central states, Thursday, Friday over the southeast. Yeah, the nighttime chill could also be a concern for gardening and agricultural interest, especially if the winds drop off and the skies clear out. Portions of Tennessee, Kentucky, northern Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, even the western and central parts of North Carolina and Virginia could all be in line for a few hours of frost or even freezing temperatures during the early morning hours. Give you more on the big temperature swings coming up here, but first, another day of volatile weather will be in the offing here for your Wednesday. That will include, again, the risk of tornadoes. AccuWeather forecasters say the risk of flash flooding will also be highlighted as rounds of stormy weather, which we've already seen several of those this week. The most significant threat for severe weather and torrential rain through the upcoming afternoon and night, largely centered between Interstate 10 to the south and I-40 from Mississippi, northern Florida, all the way up into the southern Appalachians. A lot of people along that path. Yeah, while April, the month, often denotes an uptick in severe weather, water temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico are running well above average for this point in the season. That means more storm systems would have the potential to trigger even more severe weather and tornadoes than you might typically see. Well, one large storm over the north central states begins to pull that warm, humid air northward from the Gulf of Mexico once again and limit the break from severe weather to, you've already had one round, you've had a break, it's going to be less than 24 hours and the next round begins to roll in. Damaging thunderstorms brought tornadoes and flash flooding this past day. So here's what we're looking at. Severe thunderstorms will quickly expand from southeastern Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle, then northward to the middle and eastern portions of Tennessee and the western and central portions of the Carolinas by later Wednesday afternoon and evening. Heavy, locally severe storms may extend into parts of the Ohio Valley and maybe as far north as the shores of Lake Erie. And we're going to be talking some powerful winds with these large complexes of thunderstorms. AccuWeather says we could see winds of 80 miles per hour possible, which again would bring sporadic power outages, some property damage, and the elevated risk of trees toppling with the already saturated ground. Here's what we see. The threat through today, Wednesday, will include some of our major cities along the I-85 corridor, Montgomery, Alabama, Atlanta to Charlotte, North Carolina. Some cities, Jackson, Mississippi, Montgomery, Tallahassee, Florida, Savannah, Georgia. You may endure a second consecutive day of severe thunderstorms and maybe some flash flooding as well. Be prepared for slowdowns on the interstates, secondary roads. Be aware you may be blocked by fallen trees and power lines. And even the risk of severe, it doesn't come to an end even today, Thursday, as that cold front spirals eastward from the large storm over the north central states. Heavy, gusty thunderstorms, perhaps some damaging winds, will extend from eastern parts of the Carolinas as far north as Maryland, Delaware, and southern New Jersey. All right, they've been talking about this since last week, whereas the month of April picking up right where March left off with rounds of severe weather. Dozens of reports of hail, damaging winds from the Texas-Oklahoma border to the southern portions of Arkansas and northern Louisiana. AccuWeather's national reporter Bill Waddell was on the scene in Alvarado, Texas, when lightning strikes sparked a handful of fires in that town. Cloud-to-ground lightning. All right, the storms from the beginning of the week, all shifting eastward through this past day. We do have reports of at least 5 preliminary tornadoes stretching through Mississippi and Alabama. Flash flooding reported across southern Mississippi. Some areas had localized 3 to 6 inches of rainfall this past day. Now, forecasters do say there is some good news as several days of quieter weather are in store for the southern states beginning Friday as that unseasonably cool air moves in and will hang around through the weekend. But again, the next round of severe weather may begin to unfold early next week in the southern plains. Got the reports of large hail that swept through parts of Florida this past day. You know, some of these hail balls up to 2 inches in diameter. It's about the size of a lime. Coming up, we'll check out the warmth that really begins to build over the western USA starting today and progressing on into next weekend. We could be talking record high temperatures and the increase in the fire threat as temperatures will be climbing well above average again out west. Okay, welcome in, welcome aboard. Hello to Heavy D. Morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Richard checking in from Central Florida this morning. Joe, morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. It's a rainy 48 degrees in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody stay safe in that stormy weather out there. Have a good night. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house, 3-time champion meat hauler. A shout out to Malibu Lauren. Lauren's down to what, 4 days? And he'll be back on the road. Hello to Roy. A morning from Central Florida. There's 67 degrees. From Richard. Kevin says, hope your day was good, Steve. I hope it's a good show this morning. Zorro on board. Morning Overnight Drive Nation. Let's all have a safe, wonderful night. I concur. Good afternoon, everybody. Hammer down. There's Larry on board. Scotty, a.k.a. Demon. Just another day in paradise. There on the left coast. Yeah, get ready for those warm temperatures. I'm not sure exactly where he's at on the west coast, but yeah, again, we'll be talking about the heat building in. All right, good evening, everybody from West Monroe, Louisiana. Michael says he's got 75 degrees at this hour. Top of the morning or top of the evening, Steve. There's Evan checking in. Michigan Madman is on board. Got a mild 51 degrees tonight. Gilligan checking in. Hello, Steve and the fellow listeners. 56 rainy in Christiansburg, Virginia. Yes, another rainy night on I-81. Everybody keep it shiny side up. 48 degrees in southwestern Ohio, Hamilton County. There's Pappy on board, at least for a while. What day is it? Yeah, you know what day it is. Hello to the Ice Cream Man and the Preacher Man. Checking in out here in Arizona off I-40 tonight. We've got 65 degrees. They're warm for this hour. Hello to John, Dean, a.k.a. Buckeye Boy, checking in from Phoenix, Arizona, where it's 85 degrees. It was really rough fighting the winds across New Mexico and parts of Arizona today. Along I-40, it was really blowing hard. Nasty gusts and actually dropped my fuel mileage by 2.5 miles per gallon. You were headed into the winds, weren't you? Obviously, I'm very tired from fighting the winds. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. Terry checking in from Charleston, West Virginia. Got some rain, 54 degrees. As I'm off to Vancouver, British Columbia for the second time. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to our friends at TNCRadio.live. Morning from Houston, Texas. 73 degrees, cloudy skies. Good luck, everybody, on the contest there. Yeah, the $1,000 daily driver bonus. All right, stay safe, stay warm. Hello to Wally. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive community where social graces extend to. You have the right to be wrong. Okay. Hello, Miss Millie. Hi, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. I can say hello this early morning, finally out of jail again. You found yourself in Facebook jail, did you? Looks like she's on YouTube this morning. Everybody stay safe out there. Who else we got? Lower, Slower, Delaware checking in. Steve, Bobby Rydell dead at 79. All right, rainy here in Lower, Slower, Delaware. We should have built an ark about 3 days ago and got my certificate of occupancy 2 days ago. Rain, rain. Yes, another soggy night there, no doubt about it. Yeah, we'll get to some of our other listening friends checking in here. Good to have you as the crew all gets on board this Wednesday morning. Our number, 844-844-3388. Lots to cover. We'll get to our industry headlines, latest developments, all kinds of things going on out there. You name it, we've got it covered here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What do you say we begin with prices at the pump? Get the latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration as we do each Monday. All right, so prices down just a tad bit over the past week. What was it, down about 4 cents a gallon? Went from $5.18 national average last week to $5.14 this week. Again, according to the EIA report, nonetheless, your national average is still $2 per gallon higher than we were this time 1 year ago. Of the 10 reporting regions around the country, 8 of them actually saw a decrease. Just one reported an increase. California had no change in their average price. Now the West Coast, less California, actually saw the largest decline, 9 cents per gallon. It had a 5-cent drop reported in the lower Atlantic region. 4 other regions had a drop of about 4 cents per gallon. Looking for the cheapest diesel in the country, you'll find that along the Gulf Coast at $4.92 per gallon. Pretty sad when your cheapest is still close to $5. So the national average at $5.14. California, again, no change. Your average price in the state of California still at $6.28 per gallon. So there you go. Gulf Coast at $4.92. The Midwest at $4.94, down almost a nickel this past week. Same for the lower Atlantic. Averaging $5.36 along the Central Atlantic region. On up into New England, about $5.28 per gallon. some of your numbers, prices at the pump there. Other industry headlines. Let's shift over here. A semi lost an entire rear tandem axle assembly in Illinois this past day, sending 8 wheels bouncing down Interstate 55 about 10:25 this past morning in Lamont, Illinois. According to the Lamont Patch, the tractor-trailer traveling along in the right lane of the I-55 expressway when it suddenly lost its rear tandem axle assembly suspension unit. The axle somehow disconnecting from the truck's chassis, went bouncing off into another lane of 55 where it struck an oncoming school bus. Thankfully, there were no students on that bus. The bus driver and the trucker were able to pull over safely onto the side of the road. Yet neither were injured. Both refused treatment. But obviously this slowed traffic as police worked to remove the wheels from the roadway. Kind of hard to make an 18-wheeler move with only 10 wheels attached, according to the local media outlets reporting there. How do those kind of things happen? Somebody maybe not do a proper pre-trip inspection? I gotta wonder. All right, the driver of a rented box truck facing serious charges after killing a motorist and striking a semi while under the influence. Monday morning about 11 a.m. in Surprise, Arizona, 57-year-old Dewey Sigler was driving a rented Penske truck near Grand and 163rd Avenue when the box truck collided with a Toyota passenger vehicle, injuring 2 in that vehicle. The force of that impact pushing the Toyota into the desert. The truck then struck a Nissan Altima sedan, killing the lone driver in that vehicle. A semi then strikes the box truck. According to the Arizona Department of Public Safety, 2 people inside the Toyota were injured. The truck driver was not injured. First responders attempted to treat Sigler in the back of a DPS vehicle on the scene. He was slumped over, began complaining of a possible heart attack. He was then transported to a hospital where he was given Narcan to reverse the symptoms of a possible opioid overdose. No wonder he was having difficulty driving. Now, at one point, Sigler told the medical staff he takes about 10 fentanyl pills every day. Troopers also found 30 pills in Sigler's bag at the scene, which they described as presumably fentanyl. His toxicology report also showed a presumptive positive for methamphetamines as well. Investigators are now waiting for further blood test results, but he's since been released from the hospital, booked into the Maricopa County Jail on suspicion of manslaughter and drug charges. Not a good day for that individual. Don't do drugs. All right, what are we looking at? News update just a couple moments away here. Came across a memo from the Diesel Army newsletter, which I just so happened to subscribe to. Actually was introduced to those guys by Kyle when we came on board with Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, they say someone's recently sent us a form from the California Air Resources Board explaining how they were subject to action on their diesel machine, although this isn't your ordinary 3/4 or 1-ton truck that is at risk. It's still concerning, according to Diesel Army, in my opinion, per the document. This is the official truck and bus regulation notice. You have been warned, he advises. This involves anyone with a diesel-powered truck or bus with a 14,001-pound GVWR or more, gross vehicle weight, all right? The statement reads as follows. You are receiving this notice because the Department of Motor Vehicles records indicate you may own a diesel vehicle subject to CARB's on-road truck and bus regulation with an upcoming deadline that would require you to take action on your vehicle. This regulation seeks to reduce exhaust emissions from diesel trucks and buses with a gross vehicle weight rating, GVWR, greater than 14,000 pounds. By January 1 of next year, 2023, any vehicle with that greater vehicle weight over 14,000 pounds with a 2007 to 2009 engine model year will no longer be compliant with the truck and bus regulation, and your vehicle registration will be automatically denied. Now, so it's got a couple things to unpack here. Only one, I'm assuming thousands of trucks will be affected by this. In an attempt to reduce emissions, this so important regulation will force you to make serious changes for your trucks to comply. As 14,000 pounds or more with engines from 2007 to 2009 can no longer obtain a license from the DMV in California. There may not be a ton of trucks or buses with that specific engine model year, but what concerns me is what is to follow. Who will the next target be? Will the next target be a year range that includes you or your family's trucks? Trucking businesses, farm trucks, these are what I'm concerned about. All right. We'll get our news break just ahead here. And to your calls coming up as well as we make our way into the early hours of a Wednesday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News.
3 Republican senators are breaking from their party to support Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. Those senators are Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Mitt Romney of Utah. Jackson's confirmation by the full Senate is expected later this week. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has become the largest shareholder of the big tech company Twitter, with a 9.2% stake in the social media company. Musk now has 4 times as many shares as Twitter founder Jack Dorsey. Musk has been an outspoken critic of Twitter's biases and hostility to free speech. And JetBlue announced a bid to buy Spirit Airlines for $3.6 billion. That edges out a $2.9 billion offer from Frontier. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good. Just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Where we indeed have plenty of room for you. Lines open at 844-844-3388. Hello to Eric this morning. This is, first of all, thank you for the shout out to the Great Alaskan Truck Show. We mentioned that last week. Yeah, I just happened to come across that announcement there. We're actually raising money to award a $10,000 trade school scholarship to a local Alaskan trade school at the Great Alaskan Truck Show. Said 90 degrees here in Vegas today. There's that heat we were talking about building out west. And that's really just the beginning. Temperatures are going to be really ramping up between now and the weekend. Raymond on board. Morning, Steve, in Kenneally, North Carolina. I'm kind of camped out tonight. Some light rain so far. Top of the morning from Santa Claus, 62 degrees from the California high desert, a.k.a. Apple Valley. Good to have you on board, Santa Claus. 48 degrees here in Foster, Kentucky, with a fog advisory, according to Miss Millie. Yeah, the entire region. Yeah, quarter-mile fog at times. Here a little bit ago outside the secret bunker, it was really thick. Well below a quarter of a mile. It's kind of coming in waves. Good morning from Jonesboro, Tennessee. John, good to have you on board. There's Robert, a.k.a. Scooby. Steve, what is that app, the TNC thing? He said, I should know. Yes, it's tncradio.live. That's where you're going to go to enter your keywords and register for the $1,000 daily drawing. I think they actually had their first drawing this past day at high noon, if memory serves. That's the way things work at the noon hour each day. Yeah, for the next 5 weeks, actually. Not one, but two $1,000 winners each day. Heat Wave is on board. He says, I'm here. I'm just not all here. Yeah, we know that. Out and about, headed for Phoenix tonight. And if I can, quickly, before we get to your calls, let me get back and finish up on what we were talking before we had to hit the bottom of the hour news break there. Yeah, what do you have to do if you actually happen to have one of those particular vehicles that will be affected? You won't be able to register your vehicle next year. Number one, you will have to replace or repower the vehicle by January 1. Yes, you read that correctly. You'll have to either replace or repower the vehicle. I wonder how much they're going to help foot the bill to have you pay for that sort of thing. Number two, you'll have to qualify for a flexibility option and report into CARB's regulatory reporting system, which they've got a website for that. Assuming you qualify, you'll have to constantly report to them every day you drive, I'm sure. Number three, you'll have to submit proof to CARB that the vehicle is exempt from the regulation or does, in fact, have an engine model year of 2010 or newer. Vehicles with a 2010 engine model year may be compliant, but I wonder how many people will find a way to get around this. Now, I said, after I was shown this, I wanted to dig a little deeper, a little more, and see what I could find. It turns out Vice President Kamala Harris is really making a push to create, quote, cleaner air, healthier neighborhoods, and better transportation. That was a few quotes from the White House statement. The White House statement says, when fully implemented, this rule will save roughly 2,000 lives annually, eliminate 18,000 cases of childhood asthma, and lead to 1.1 million fewer missed school days. How they come up with these numbers, I have no idea. Through the American Rescue Plan, $7 million is being awarded to replace old diesel school buses in underserved communities with new zero-emission electric buses. In addition, $10 million is being awarded to replace old diesel school buses with a new cleaner buses through the Diesel Emissions Reduction Act, the school bus rebate program. Healthy school kids, 18,000 fewer cases of childhood asthma. Now, this is, as he put it, it was kind of a quick hit news opinion piece that I wanted to do, but just kind of curious to what you might think. Wondering if this is just the beginning of something more. So get the latest from the Diesel Army newsletter. Now, that's California. Not to be outdone by California, what can we do in the state of Washington? Or shall we say not to be outdone by either New York or California? Washington State's governor, the Democrat obviously, signed aggressive legislation last week that will outlaw most new gas-powered vehicles in that state by the year 2030. I mean, less than 10 years away. The famously liberal East and West Coast states recently announced bans on new non-electric vehicles. New York and California are ending the sales of non-electric by the year 2035. So Washington wants to best them by making it 2030. The Move Ahead Washington package includes the bill requiring all publicly and privately owned passenger and light-duty vehicles model year 2030 or later that are sold, bought, or registered in the state must be electric. Obviously, many states are pausing their gas taxes with the record high gas prices, impact that it's having on our wallets. This particular transportation package is directly funded, believe it or not, by gasoline taxes, which amounts to a $5.4 billion tax increase over several years. Now, Inslee says this legislation included funding for thousands of new electric vehicle charging stations, 4 new hybrid electric ferries, and 25 transit electrification projects, as well as free fares for riders 18 years and younger on public transportation systems. Now, according to a nonprofit community annual survey in Seattle, the number of commuters in downtown Seattle taking public transportation has dropped significantly. In 2019, nearly half of downtown commuters took public transit to work. By the end of last year, it went from, again, nearly half down to 18%. Now, they say some of that had to do with a lot of people working from home, the shift to remote working. So if gas-powered vehicles are largely eliminated, the challenge for Washington state Democrats will be finding a way to replace the gas tax. Ideas such as maybe a usage tax based on miles driven or possibly a congestion tax have been floated in the state. Many Seattle area residents are hesitant to use public transportation because of unchecked drug use on the trains and the buses, the assaults that occur on mass transit riders. Who wants to get on a bus? Now, the nonprofit that calls for phasing out the use of gasoline, Cultura is the name of the nonprofit. They worked with Democrats in the legislature there to pass this bill. So by targeting 2030 as an end date for the sale of any gasoline cars in Washington, Clean Cars 2030 gives confidence to consumers, automakers, utilities, and investors that now is the time to go all in on the electric vehicle future. Not going to have much choice, but... All right, let's get to our calls here this morning at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? I haven't heard from this guy in a few days. Eagle, how we been there?
I've been pretty busy lately. Last couple of days, Steve. First of all, I want to start out by saying California. I've been told you about this place a long time ago, Steve. I used to live in California a long time ago, and California, it could fall off into the ocean as far as I'm concerned. Like I said, my company, we don't even. I talked to one of my the owners of my company, and they said they're not even wasting their time sending trucks out to California because the fuel is so expensive and the freight is so cheap. It's not even worth operating the truck out there in California. If I owned the trucking company, I can promise you my truck would not even go into the state of California. That place is a lost cause. It's been a lost cause for a long time, and people are exiting California at a rapid pace, Steve. Unfortunately, they're making their way to Texas, and Austin, Texas is the hot spot for these losers from California, and they're slowly but surely ruining Austin, Texas. It was a Republican place a couple of years ago. Now it's slowly but surely turning into a Democratic hand-me-out. You know, people waiting for handouts. Like I say, you can't even go. No, just hard to find a place in Austin where people not begging, homeless people, people begging for money. It's just Los Angeles, just in a different city. It's a damn shame what happened to Austin, Texas. That used to be a college town, and now it's just a place where people from California move to get away from the high prices of rent, gasoline, and everything else is overpriced out there. So it's a sad deal. What's going on, Steve? It's really bad right now with the gas prices and all that's happening right now. And now we starting all over again, just like I told you before, Steve. About a year or two ago, we starting with these shootings again. Just in the last 2 or 3 days, we've had 2 or 3 mass murders. One out in Sacramento, California. Then they had one in Dallas, Texas. And from what I'm understanding, they had another shooting tonight in South Carolina. It's taking place tonight. I don't know how many people got shot in that deal. We have a lot of people, Steve. We have a lot of people in America that have taken the easy way out. I've been saying this for years now. If people don't do things the way they used to do it when I was growing up, you had an issue with an individual, you would get in, settle it with your hands, man to man, and it made the best man win. Now these guys are punks or whatever you want to call them. They're quick to pull out a gun and shoot somebody, and they don't get. And then here's the sad part, Steve. They don't give a damn about innocent bystanders. I was looking at that guy who shot all them people out there in Sacramento. This guy here, I think he's a 21, 22-year-old guy, minding his own business, just happened to be leaving the nightclub at the wrong time, and one of the stray bullets hit this boy, and now he's dead now because of somebody else's aggressive attitude, and somebody that can't try to take the easy way out, thinking they're a tough guy because they got a gun. I'm fed up with the whole situation, Steve. It's like this all over America in Democratic-run cities. That are control Atlanta, Georgia. I was recently in Atlanta, Georgia last week. Same deal. Atlanta, Georgia has a crime problem. Things are out of control. Another city run by a Democrat. Chicago, Illinois is out of control, been out of control. Another Democrat-run city. LA, same deal. You can Baltimore, Maryland. You can name all the major hot spots in the U.S., and I guarantee you it's going to be run by a Democrat. And because these people are actually dumb enough to try to say that we need to take the police off the street. The police is the problem. We need to defund the police department. And then they can't understand why the crime is out of control. So these people get what's coming to them is the way I see it. Like I told you, like I said before, I'm fed up with all of them. All of them make me just disgusting. What's happening right now in America. Now let's get back down here in Texas where I live at, Steve. The border wide open. Coming up next month, they got this loser, Joe Biden, is going to let I don't know what this bill is called. Donald Trump had a bill going when he was in the White House saying that they would have to stay in Mexico until they could seek asylum. Now, from what I'm understanding, they got a caravan waiting 30, 40, 50,000 people waiting down in El Salvador, just waiting for next month to come so they can ransack the so-called border that we have, because Joe Biden is not going to do nothing about these people. And you know something, Steve, I haven't gave you an update on that deal in a long time. Guess what? Joe Biden been in the White House 2 years, Steve. Guess what? Joe Biden still ain't been down to the Texas border, ain't been nowhere close to it. Kamala, same deal. So anybody that's saying that Biden, that he got the nerve to say that he's worried about the border, he ain't worried about it. Because if he worried about it, he'd already been down here by now. So the border's wide open, and ain't nothing Judge Joe Biden gonna do about it. And just the same thing I told you with Ukraine. What is Joe Biden's response, Steve? Russian soldiers leave one of the major cities over there and leave dead bodies, women raped, bodies decapitated, mass graves. And what does Joe Biden come on TV to say today? Well, I guess we'll put more sanctions on Vladimir Putin. Maybe that'll stop them from killing people. Well, I got bad news for you, Joe Biden. It ain't stopped them yet. So what makes you think it's going to stop them now? But that just shows you what kind of man we have in the White House right now, Steve. Vladimir Putin is running roughshod over that whole country, is leaving death and destruction in the whole deal. And Joe Biden, he's sitting back in the White House, just waiting, looking to take a nap. That's all he's concerned with. The next time he can go to sleep, so maybe when he wake up, things will be better. That's how sad things are right now. And to this very day, Steve, we're so-called the number one military power in the world last time I checked. But guess what? Joe Biden still, to this day, has taken no military action nowhere in Afghanistan, nowhere in Ukraine, nowhere in Russia, nowhere in China, and he won't take no action because he's like, I can't say that word on the radio, but he won't take no action. Like I say, he's just going to continue to let people run roughshod and do what the hell they want to do all over the world, and he's not going to do nothing about it. It's the saddest thing in the world.
I got to get to my timeout, Eagle, but yeah, I want to follow up on that. I mean, you got to be very, very careful, and that's what do you want to do militarily? Do we really want to get involved? I mean, top general yesterday here in the U.S. said this Ukraine-Russia war is probably going to drag on for years, and we're likely going to be at some point drawn in some form or fashion. We'll tell you what he had to say. But back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, rapidly rolling toward top of the hour news update, but let me follow up quickly with kind of follow it on Eagle's comments. We had the top U.S. military officer testifying before Congress this past day. And he said he expects this conflict is going to drag on and involve the United States for years to come. Quoting General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I do think this is a very protracted conflict. I think it's at least measured in years. This is a very extended conflict that Russia has initiated. He then says, I think NATO, the United States, Ukraine, and all the allies and partners supporting Ukraine are going to be involved in this for quite some time. He also testified he believes the United States should look at the development of more bases in Eastern Europe to protect against Russian aggression, but to rotate forces through them rather than make permanent deployments in what would be the new bases. Now, the Pentagon, he says, is continuing to review the troop numbers across Europe, whether to add more or shift some of those already there, maybe to other locations. While there are no decisions yet, there's a possibility, if not a probability, of increased U.S. troops in Europe. And that need could be filled by rotational forces, as he put it. Now, rotational forces deploy for shorter periods of time. Of course, permanent forces are often deployed for 2-3 years at a time. I do think this is a very protracted conflict and at least measured in years. I don't know about decades, but at least years for sure. NATO, U.S., Ukraine, we're all going to be involved for quite some time. Now, Lloyd Austin added that the Russian demands are not acceptable to NATO. And we're looking for ways to provide additional aid and training to countries, including non-NATO allies like Georgia and Finland. Latest developments from our Tuesday news update. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
3 Republican senators are breaking from their party to support Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. Those senators are Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Mitt Romney of Utah. Jackson's confirmation by the full Senate is expected later this week. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has become the largest shareholder of the big tech company Twitter, with a 9.2% stake in the social media company. Musk now has 4 times as many shares as Twitter founder Jack Dorsey. Musk has been an outspoken critic of Twitter's biases and hostility to free speech. And JetBlue announced a bid to buy Spirit Airlines for $3.6 billion. That edges out a $2.9 billion offer from Frontier. This is USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
One U.S. senator is offering his 2 cents on how to turn the screws on Russia.
Although the United States and NATO have imposed heavy sanctions on Russia, the Kremlin still has money coming in from selling their energy around the world. Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy, appearing on Fox News, explains how crucial it is for the United States to shut down some of this trade revenue.
We're not going to win this war unless we cut off Putin's cash flow. We're not going to cut off his cash flow unless
unless we can get Europe to stop buying his oil and gas.
Kennedy calling on the White House to lift restrictions on U.S. oil production so Europe can rely on American energy rather than Russia. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The U.S. posted a near-record $89.2 billion trade deficit in February, reflecting an ongoing surge in imports and ramped-up efforts to offload foreign goods at congested ports. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky continues to reach out to the West.
President Zelensky talked with the United Nations General Assembly this morning via a translator.
I am addressing you on behalf of the people who honor the memory of the deceased every single day, in the memory of the civilians who died, who were shot and killed in the back of their head after being tortured. Some of them were shot on the streets, others were thrown into the wells, so they died there in suffering.
United States UN Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield from the UN floor.
But what we have not seen is that behind those destroyed buildings are destroyed lives and destroyed families. I met with women and children who had fled Ukraine, who stuffed their lives into backpacks and left the only home they had ever known.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Republicans nationwide are considering taking a page out of Florida's playbook. Red state lawmakers across the country are on the cusp of new legislation that would prohibit classroom discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity with young students. The Hill reports lawmakers in Ohio and Louisiana have filed similar bills. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said the Lone Star State's version of a similar bill would be a top priority in the next legislative session. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Thank you much. And welcome back. Hour number 2 underway. And the line's available at 844-844-3388. All right, let's take a look at the heat that's building out west. A wave of warmth. Really starting today through Saturday. Multiple records may fall. And obviously the increase in fire threat as temperatures climb well above average. There's an unusually strong ridge of high pressure for this time of year that's going to be strengthening off the west coast. While this area of high pressure will continue to strengthen and shift inland today, the strong offshore winds will provide a rush of unseasonably warm, dry air. By later today, temperatures in portions of Southern California, Southwest Arizona, 90-plus degrees, including some of the heavily populated regions west of the San Gabriel, the San Bernardino, and the mountainous area, downtown LA, expected to climb above 90 degrees today for the first time since back in mid-November of last year. Temperatures across California jumping about 10 degrees higher from Tuesday's high to what we're anticipating later today. Temperatures peak Thursday and Friday about 20 degrees above average. Multiple locations from the Sacramento Valley to San Diego will have high temperatures, actually threatening daytime high records for Thursday and Friday. In other words, the heat will certainly be continuing to build as we move toward late week. Taking a closer look at Southern California, the heat's going to peak Thursday into Friday across the LA basin. Daytime highs in the upper 90s. Desert regions in Southern California are expected to see the highest temperatures Friday into Saturday. Places like Palm Springs stand a chance of breaking the 100-degree mark both of those days. Downtown LA forecast a high of 94 Friday. Further south in San Diego, forecast to get to 87 degrees for Friday, which would actually tie the previous daily record set in 2014. So you add in the heat, the humidity, it's going to feel like 95 to 105 degrees across much of Southern California during the peak daytime heating hours Thursday, Friday, as well as Saturday. In other words, we have heat advisories already issued. It's only April. Heat advisories for portions of Ventura County, the Santa Clarita Valley, and the San Fernando Valley, Wednesday through Friday. Having to already give the advisories about how to avoid heat-related illness. Drink plenty of water, find an air-conditioned environment, avoid strenuous activities when outdoors. A clear sky and dry weather will accompany the warm conditions through Thursday before clouds begin to spread across the southwest ahead of the weekend. Now, this is good news for baseball fans as they anxiously await the first home games of the new season, including the San Diego Padres hosting the Arizona Diamondbacks Thursday evening and the Oakland A's hosting the Philadelphia Phillies there on Friday afternoon. Yeah, it's almost here. Cincinnati played their last preseason game yesterday, off today, and again, we discussed it last evening. Cincinnati Reds opening their season on the road for the first time in my memory in Atlanta. Prime time, Thursday night. Baseball season is back. All right, let's get back to our calls here at 844-844-3388. Been a few days since we heard from you, Pappy. How's things going?
What's going on, Steve? Man, I got the day off tomorrow, Steve. No
therapy?
Outpatient therapy schedule.
Okay. Yeah, you've been having to get up bright and early, right? Yeah, having to sleep at night, getting up like 7:45. She has 9 a.m. therapy?
Man. Yeah, Steve, I knew it was going to be tough, but 30 years on night shift for the most part, I was trying to go to bed early, Steve, trying to call it a night, but anyway, it's taken its toll. But man, I came home today and crashed, man. So I figured this be a good time to call and get caught up on some stuff I've been urging to get out of my system.
All right.
First thing, you give this $1,000 giveaway, Steve, right? When I can't be staying up and listening. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
Hey, you're up now. We got our first code of this, or the first keyword coming up here in just a few, so you'll get at least one entry.
All right, I'll get one in. Steve, you were talking about what they're doing to these truckers, man, with this carbon reduction stuff, right?
Right.
is going green, Steve. They are all in. No looking back. Steve, if I'm not mistaken, I heard something where the United States cut back 60% of their carbon emission. And how much did China cut back? Big fat zero.
They're actually still they that whole Paris climate deal. China was allowed under that deal to continue increasing their emissions for several years after the deal was. I'm not sure when they actually even have to begin trying to reduce their emissions.
What's this tell you, Steve? First of all, what they're doing here with this, this is at a tremendous cost to us deplorables and these gas companies, with these regulations. This is a tremendous financial cost to us. Costing China nothing, zero. And what this tells us, Steve, that China's not falling for this going green deal. They don't believe in it. They don't believe in this climate crisis. What else does Biden do? He bans the mining of some of these minerals needed, Steve, for these batteries. That was another reason where Afghanistan came in. The minerals and stuff we need for these
the rare earths,
new tech batteries, rare earth minerals, and now he's banned. It just blows your mind. They want to do this. They want these batteries, but they're saying nope. The left-wing activists against destroying the earth. Well, we can't be mining for this stuff. But how are they going to do it, Steve? Not going to happen. Hey, man, the World Government Summit was in Dubai last week or last several days, Steve, and I've seen some stuff that they were saying, and I mean, they're just flat out coming out and telling us what they're going to do. They're not hiding the fact. And, Biden went there. What did Biden say? He said, we're going to have a food shortage, Steve. Did you see that clip?
I didn't. I mean, was he talking about, I know Europe is looking potentially at real problems because of all the grain and the wheat and what comes out of Ukraine and Russia.
Steve, they were, I don't know if they're, scaring us or if this is a real deal, but it sounds like there's some facts to this. They're throwing out these food shortages that could be worldwide. Another talker was talking about cyber attacks, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Energy shortages. Talking about, the supply chains are already out of whack. They were talking about it's going to even get worse.
Let's all go totally electric. The transportation sector for the entire country relies on electric. And then, say Russia or maybe North Korea hits the power grid. Nobody can get to work.
Yep. Another thing, Steve, they were talking about is this digital currency. Told you about this before, man. You need to keep your eye out on this.
Yes, sir.
And this social scoring stuff, where China's on for the social scoring. If you don't act and do the things they want, they drop your social score. Where did I hear it? That there was some youngster that was trying to get into a college and they failed to let him in because his dad was late on some payments or something.
Dad had a bad credit score. Yep. They can literally control what you can do, what you can buy, sell, trade, what you're allowed to do based on your social score.
Yeah. I mean, it's government-controlled digital currency, Steve. It's like food stamps, right? When you get a food stamp card, which, I mean, most people would kind of agree with, but you can't go out and buy alcohol and cigarettes on them food stamps cards, Steve. It's a government control. Now, if government controls all your money, think of that, Steve. If we got down to that where the government controls your money, tells you what you can buy, where we already got something like that going on here when we started the whole credit card business. Every time you swipe that card, the credit card company knows where you are making your purchases
and what you bought.
Kroger's, when you go to Kroger's and you swipe that Kroger card to get that discount, Kroger's knows everything about you, Steve. They know everything you buy and how often you buy it, how often you get gas. You get them coupons in the mail that are targeted towards the things you purchase.
Yep.
They know what you buy.
Part of that story the other morning, because we talked about, you were probably snoozing when I hit on that Chinese social score thing. It also said if a Chinese individual makes what they call, quote, frivolous purchases, they'll ding your social score. Who determines what a frivolous purchase is my question.
The government, Steve. God forbid you go to a gun store and buy a gun. Oh, my God. How many points is that going to be against you? Right? Hey, the big story, though, Steve. We got to talk about it, man. Elon Musk. Did you get my email?
Yeah.
When I first heard that, I sent you an email, right?
I got the headline that says Trump's not going to be allowed back on, even with Elon Musk in charge. That's what Twitter said yesterday.
Well, time will tell. I don't know. Trump's got his own platform going now. He might not. He might flip Twitter off. I don't know. But this could be the beginning of the end of wokeism and censorship, Steve. This was a big deal, make no mistake about it. And that's what I sent you in the email. That was the subject, I think.
Yep.
I can't remember exactly. But, Steve, this gives him, 9.2, almost 10%. He controls the shares, Steve. So this is a big turn. He just did to Twitter what all these other these companies, investment companies, these Black Rocks, right, and Vanguard, these companies, how they control Disney into making their go woke. You understand what I'm talking about? I mean, Bongino's had a great show today on how these investment companies that own shares, at Disney, and these CEOs that work off, stock, what do they call that?
Everything's based
stock
on
options.
The return on It's all about the investor. But those two names you just mentioned, BlackRock and Vanguard, if you'll go through every one of the largest companies in this country, the two largest shareholders for an overwhelming majority, from PepsiCo to Coca-Cola to Frito-Lay, and you go down the proverbial list, it's BlackRock and Vanguard that they control corporate America.
Yes. I'm wanting to say BlackRock's a $20 billion company. It could be more. I'm just going off the top of my head here. But these like CEOs in Disney, Steve, a lot of these CEOs work off stock options. If the stock, reaches a certain point, they become millionaires. If it doesn't, they make no money. So that's what, BlackRock and these people do. They take our money and invest it in these companies. And they tell Disney, you're going to go woke, we're going to sell your stock. We're going to sell your shares. And if the shares go down, the CEOs make no money, Steve. So it's a big black thing. it's more complicated than I'm not smart when it comes to all this kind of technical investment type stuff. It's way over my head, but what they are doing. So what I'm getting at is Elon Musk just played their same game with Twitter, Steve. He could tell them, you're not going to cancel anybody. You're not going to suppress free speech anymore, or I'll sell your shares. Playing their game.
And this latest purchase, I think, was 76 million shares he just bought.
And I'm not mistaken, isn't he the richest guy in the world? I mean, I don't know. He's got to be close to it if he's not.
What's he worth? 200 bill. 200 bill, I think it is. So, I mean, he purchased like
$200 billion.
He purchased $2 billion worth of Twitter stock, 2 point some. So really, it's kind of a drop in the bucket. But I mean, since he purchased that stock, though, the price went from, he purchased it about 33 a share. It was all the way up to like $50 a share yesterday. He's just already made a killing financially off Twitter. Hang it. Pat Pappy, great to hear from you. I've got to get to our quick timeout. Keyword number 1 for a Wednesday, hump day, 6th day of April 6th. The $1,000 daily driver bonus just ahead here on the Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And we'll get back to your calls here just ahead. But here we go. It is that time. Time for your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Our first keyword of the morning. This hour's keyword will be gift. As what a great gift it would be, win $1,000, right? GIFT. Simply go over to tncradio.live. You can go to the website. Some people opt to use the app, tncradio.live app. Click on the contest entry there, and that's our first keyword of the day, gift. We'll have another keyword coming up in our final hour this morning. Then Later in the broadcast day, 2 more opportunities. During the morning grind between 9 and 11 a.m., they'll throw a keyword your way. 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern Time during the evening surge. 4 opportunities to enter every single day. Speaking of, coming up here, I just got the message from Tom Kelly there at TNC Radio. Coming up after our overnight drive this morning at 5 a.m. Eastern, it's Tail Lights with Angie and Larry Baum, followed by the Women Road Warriors. Women Road Warriors. Kathy and Shelley interview author and relationship expert Joyce Fields this morning. Her books include The Best Way to Keep a Man is to Let Him Go. Tune in for a live discussion and a new perspective on family and relationships with Women Road Warriors. All right, got a couple minutes before we hit our bottom of the hour news. So I'll tell you what, rather than grab somebody up, put them on hold, and say, we'll come back to you, you just hang in there. We got coming up. Hey, Mike, Carolina Monkey Gouger on the line. And it looks like room for you at 844-844-3388. Real quickly, I couldn't help but chuckle. I got an email from, I believe this is from our friend, the Dipsy driver, this past morning. He said, hey, there it is. Morning, Steve. Dipsy driver here. Talked to my doctor last week. He said, 3 things to have a long, healthy life. Number 1, always keep moving. And listen to Always Moving when she calls the overnight drive. Number 2, take your medications and report any reactions, no matter how small. Number 3, drink plenty of fluids, especially water and juice. Number 4, when listening to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, keep all your snacks, smokes, and drinks at least 20 feet away, so you'll have to make an effort to retrieve them. Dipsy driver, I think you added in a couple of tidbits there, but hey, thank you so much. That's good advice. Steve, thanks for all you do, all the information, the entertainment you provide for us each and every night. Keep your snacks 20 feet away. At least you got to take a few steps, right, to get them. So we'll come back after our news break here, bottom of the hour, as we roll into a Wednesday. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. and its European allies will impose stiff new sanctions on Russia on Wednesday. The sanctions include a ban on new investments in Russia. The joint action also includes toughened sanctions on Russia's financial institutions and government-owned enterprises. Meanwhile, the Defense Department is sending Ukraine an additional $100 million worth of military equipment. Authorities say 1 person is dead in Georgia and another in Texas amid damaging storms, high winds, and tornadoes around the South. Forecasters said the storms Tuesday were just the start of what could be 2 days of violent weather in the region. More than 50,000 homes and businesses were without power Tuesday night from eastern Texas to South Carolina. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right. Well, as much as our friends at Hot Shot Secret would like to be everywhere at the same time, you can only really be one place at a time. And a lot of racing action coming up this weekend with our Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers. And also the NTPA action taking place, National Tractor Pullers Association. Let me start. Kyle wanted to give a shout out to some of our drivers starting Thursday, as a matter of Thursday through Saturday. It's the PDRA East Coast Nationals at Gallant Motorsports Park in North Carolina. Hot Shot Secret, I'd like to wish all of our sponsored racers, including Big Boost Bill Lutz, good luck as they'll be kicking off the PDRA season this week. The East Coast Nationals again in North Carolina. Also a shout out coming up Saturday, the Steel Block Late Model Series at Tyler County Speedway there in West Virginia. Best of luck to our Hot Shot sponsors, secret sponsored racer Jimmy Murray. as he heads down to Tyler County Speedway in West Virginia, the next leg of the Steel Block Late Model Series. And lastly, with this go-around, also this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, get ready for some tractor pull in action. The NTPA Clay County Fair Pool at the Agricultural Fairgrounds in Florida. Hot Shot Secret is a proud sponsor of the National Tractor Pullers Association. Wishing all of our sponsored poolers good luck this weekend as the NTPA heads down to the Sunshine State of Florida. Good luck to all the Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers, pullers. Hey there, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Oh, good weather for ducks out here. My. I guess we should start this day by doing what? Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
If we're keeping track, I believe it's Hump Day. How about that?
There you go. I guess that'll work for us. So, hey, speaking of Hot Shot, did you happen to catch a memo there? They're working on some cost savings, and they're doing away with all shirts, uniform shirts and promotion shirts and everything, and they're gonna let you buy a tattoo now. You're gonna be able to get the Hot Shot Secrets logo tattooed there in the place you'd like, but so everybody, you can just have you'll get the logo tattooed on there, and you don't have to wear a shirt there. You're going to have a cost savings, not having to buy materials. So everybody will be, topless there, and just have the logo tattooed on there.
I must have.
Did you happen to catch that?
I must have missed that memo. I did not. No. What the boy?
All right. I was wondering how that was going to work for Knuckle Buster there. I mean, there with how he's always trying to promote the shirts for the ladies and that. There.
Yeah.
Might put him out of a job not being able to promote the shirts there. I don't know. Maybe he can keep promoting the ball caps or something. But anyways, hey, so Pappy, when he was talking about the people that are still burning all the bad energy stuff there, he didn't mention the old India and Turkey and all those people that produce everything that that we buy. Yeah. Yes, but we have to be the clean ones in the world there for all that, right?
Right.
So to save everybody else. I was trying to figure out, I was talking to you a little bit the other day about that, my old truck there, because it's got historic tags on and doesn't do any commercial business. Kind of falls in the category like a recreational vehicle in that. And I was just wondering if I'm supposed to abide by those California Air Resources rules, or how does that work for me? I mean it's a large enough vehicle. If it had a DOT number on the side of it, would actually be considered a commercial vehicle. But because of running the historic tags and not for hire on the side and no DOT number, I was just wondering, if I'm allowed in California, if I wanted to go out there with it, or if they don't want me out there either. So I'm sure once I get out there, they wouldn't want me, but it's what comes out the stack.
Right,
but that's kind of a whole nother story. But
well, seeing as you brought that up, I got an email from Santa Claus here just a few minutes ago, and he said back in 2012, he said, I purchased a new Volkswagen turbo diesel Jetta. After the second year of ownership, I was required to have my TDI smogged in order to register it. Plus, I noticed this past day that the CARB folks were actually at the Santanella scales doing smoke tests on commercial trucks. I live in Sacramento, but I will be exiting this state soon. Mrs. Claus and I looking maybe to move down to Panama once again. So, if you're in California and you get pulled in, they're going to be testing you. They're going to kick your butt out of the state.
See now with my historic tags, at least for the state of Maryland, I'm exempt from from inspection. I don't get to be inspected. The only thing I have to abide by is weights and measures. So I do have to go in the scales for weight, but I can't be inspected there, kind of like the recreational vehicle, the motor coaches and stuff like that, you know. So so I don't know if that includes emissions and all that, but kind of interesting. Maybe there's some smarter people out there than me, but
I don't know
I
about
got a feeling it's too far away for me to get to anyway.
I don't know about your big truck, but I mean, I've got a neighbor that's got like a historical tag on his old Corvette, and something about, I guess, with that exemption or whatever from the emissions test and all that, which they're not doing here anymore in Cincinnati, but you're only supposed to be allowed to drive a limited number of miles. You're not supposed to be out driving it you're allowed to take it out for the parades and things like that, but you're not, like, for your truck, you're not supposed to be out there using it as a working truck. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's not supposed to be a daily driver, and that goes for any historic tag vehicle in Maryland. I mean, you're not supposed to be using it as the daily driver to go back and forth to work every day, because not only do you not do in Maryland, you do absolutely nothing. You just go down to the motor vehicle department, tell them you got this old vehicle, show them the title, and they give you a registration and a tag for it, and it's on the road. That's the only thing you have to do to put it on the road. You don't have to get an inspection. You don't have anything for emissions. There's none of that. So everybody's kind of bypassing it. And the other thing, because it's supposed to be a limited use vehicle, it has a lower insurance rate because you're not supposed to be driving it every day.
Right.
So you have a different insurance rate. So the thing is that all these people figured that out, and a lot of people in Maryland just thought, well, I got my 1997 Ford Taurus wagon or my 1996 Toyota Celica, and I'm putting a historic tag on, driving it every day, and that works out good until you start getting coffee at the same convenience store that the local sheriff's officer does it every day in the morning, and he sees you whip in with this one with historic tags on, and it's kind of a gray area, but they can write it, but it's one of those things that's hard to enforce, you know. I don't know, but I just think when people abuse the system like that, they ought to be shot. But that's just my own personal opinion, and that's not expressed by views of Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive, Hot Shot Secret, or TNC Radio .live or anything like that. That was all just horse feathers views that nobody else's. Don't want to get kicked off here for saying something like that. You know, I heard there was a radio host that said that one time and he got kicked off, but anyway, we'll see how that works out there. Anyway, with all that bad news and nonsense, let's see here. What else we got? I don't know. Big thing is, I guess, the weather. We're supposed to have like 2 inches of rain here by the end of today. So I guess anybody running around, any place there's standing water, just kind of pay attention, because hydroplaning will be an issue here up and down through Maryland, up into Philly, and, you know, the whole 95 corridor and down to DC and all that. Already seen a good fair share of it already.
You're socked in. What I'm seeing on the radar, I mean, pretty much all of Pennsylvania, all of Maryland. Things beginning to break up there. Still got a lot of heavy rain in northeastern and northern Virginia, but then you're going to have the wrap. Once the main eastern side goes through, you're going to get the wraparound, which extends all the way back into eastern Ohio for later today. Rain, rain, rain. One other tidbit let me throw your way. A lot of folks talking about it's been winds, central portions of the country, literally from the Dakotas to Texas. Throughout the heart of the country, big time wind event. In some areas, the winds are already kicking. Let me just go through a couple of these updates from starting National Weather Service there in North Platte, Nebraska. You've got a high wind warning in effect. This is like southwest, west central, eastern panhandle of Nebraska. Winds looking at 35 to 45 miles per hour, gusts up to 65 miles per hour. Let's head on down to the Weather Service off of Goodland, Kansas. High wind warning in effect starting at 11 a.m. this morning till, to 7 p.m. And there's still a high wind watch in effect for Thursday morning through Thursday evening, but expecting winds 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusts to 65 miles per hour in the warning area. In the high wind watch, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, gusts to 60. Yeah, Kansas also talking about possibility of winds that'll be kicking up a lot of dust. And they also advise people you should avoid being outdoors in forested areas, around trees and branches. If possible, remain in the lower levels of your home during this windstorm. Here's one other advisory out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. High wind warning, and they're talking 30 to 40 mile per hour, gusts to 60 miles per hour in the wind advisory area. And let's see, northwest winds 25 to 30, gusting to 45. This is high wind warning from 7 a.m. here Wednesday till 1 a.m. Thursday. Again, these advisories extend literally from Texas through pretty much the entire heart of the country. Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, eastern Montana, almost the entirety of Wyoming. Windy conditions out there. As the one driver said, man, I had to keep both hands on the wheel, trying to keep it in my lane this past day. All right, quick 2-minute timeout and back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me see who sent me the update here from WANE out of Indiana, where a Randolph County man dead after stealing a semi-truck and assaulting a Richmond police officer this past day. They've identified the suspect as 40-year-old Troy M. Lewis of Randolph County. This past morning, apparently, an off-duty Richmond officer responded to the theft of a 1985 Peterbilt semi traveling on US 27 near Union Pike. After Lewis pulled over initially, Officer Adams attempted to speak with him, but then Lewis proceeded to assault the officer and fled the scene. Lewis was then pursued by officers from Wayne County Sheriff's, Fontaine County Police, who attempted to get him to pull over. Ultimately, he did proceed to pull over south of County Road 850, Refusing to exit the semi, officers then heard a gunshot from inside the vehicle. Lewis was pronounced dead at the scene from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Officer Adams is being treated for serious injuries, they say, at Miami Valley Hospital in Dayton, Ohio. Wow, just crazy people out there. Carolina Monkey Gouger, how we doing? Happy Hump Day.
Happy Hump Day, Steve. Good morning. How you doing?
I can't complain. Doing all right.
Buddy, I tell you what, the state of South Carolina didn't fare too well tonight. Allendale County, I had pretty widespread damage from the tornadoes. And right just a quarter of a mile down in Manning, South Carolina, from the Jimmy Orders Travel Center, tornado whipped down there. Now, they said they had a little bit of damage, wind damage at the truck stop. I tried to call down there and talk to them. They wasn't answering the phone, so I don't know if it shut down or what's going on over there. Couldn't get no information on that.
Okay.
But the Walmart parking lot had numerous cars turned over, knocked a big hole in the Walmart, flooded it, had a gas leak. It was a mess, man. And Debbie called me today twice. She was having a fit. Biscuit was having a fit. Said, we're in a tornado warning. They say it's coming this way. I said, just get in the bathtub, put all the pillows on top of you and Biscuit and ride it out. That's all I can tell you.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, that didn't blow through. We didn't get no damage. We got some wind damage, blowed a tree down in the front yard, blocked the driveway. She called me back, told what I'm going to do about this. I said, let everything get out of the way, and I'll get JJ to run up and take the tractor and just take it and push it out the way. I can get home and take care of it. 5 minutes later, she called me, there's another one coming.
Wow.
I get back in the bathtub, follow the same. So they was under the gun all afternoon up there.
Wow.
So, from the pictures I've seen in Allendale County, they got tore up pretty bad down there. And so it's been a dicey day in the Carolinas.
I don't know exactly where. I know Chevy guys out there. I mentioned out of the box, he shared a video where he was, wherever he loads his chips or whatever there, this video from him. He's actually sitting in the cab of his truck, and you can see the tornado coming at him. And it looks like it just passed just in front of him there. But his truck was rocking and rolling.
Man, this thing was huge. I mean, the cloud of it. I've seen the pictures on the Facebook from
Allendale,
from the Weather Service and everything.
You familiar with that? Allendale, South Carolina. You familiar with that?
Yeah, it's down there. It's close to where Chevy guy lives down there.
Okay.
Somewhere in that area.
Well, that's where he was.
He lives. I think he's in Allendale County. But Steve, what I called in tonight was I want to talk about Hillbilly Tex a little bit. Today he was viciously attacked about the way he talks. If people don't know it, Tex contracted the Nile virus in 2012 when he was working for some of his kin people over there in Dallas. And it destroyed his lungs. It destroyed his eyesight. He's an ex-truck driver. And, I mean, when we was up there in the parking lot promoting the show, Tex was right there. He made every step we made in that truck show. He was right there with us. You know, he was buzzing around there just like a little busy bee.
I actually got a couple of follow-ups. I had a email from a guy that he said, I can't remember who your representatives were, but one of them had a cane, one of them had a prosthetic arm, and one of them looked like a professional wrestler. I said, well, I know who that crew was.
You know what? You know what was so funny? Old Moose was telling us, you go there and get started, because they going to tell a one-armed man and a fella with a cane, they going to tell him no, and I'll put the sales pitch on them. So that's what we used on them. We used
That's good.
old handicap approach on them. Got a lot done. But I just wanted to bring that up that, he is an ex-truck driver and he's the biggest part of this show with anybody.
Yeah, I guess.
He worked just as hard up there as we did.
So you're kind of trying to say that some people think that he's using kind of like that's not really his voice when he calls and whatnot, that he's trying to be somebody else. But that's the way Hillbilly Tex. I'll be honest, when he first started to call years and years ago, remember I said he sounds like Mr. Haney on Green Acres. I thought he was just, I didn't think that was his real voice, but then I come to find out, yeah, it is.
Right. And I mean, he suffered from severe COPD, and he gets a big thrill out of listening to us every night. He participates in the show some nights and everything. But Steve, the other thing that really got my goat was over the last 2 days. Have you been keeping up with this CBSA and FMSCA going back and forth on the clarification of personal conveyance?
Yes, sir. Yeah, well, because it's totally gray area. There's no limitation on miles, no limitation on hours. Yeah, what's classified as personal conveyance?
Right. Now, my question is, where is the CBSA sticking their damn nose in it? Because they were the ones that dropped the rules and regulations, and it happened right there in your state, right up there from you yesterday or day before yesterday. There was a guy from India driving a tractor trailer, could not talk no English, and they had to put the stop sticks out to stop him, and he used it. I don't know how they got it through him that he couldn't interpret English. He didn't know he was supposed to stop for them blue lights. What the hell is he doing driving a tractor trailer?
Yep. You're right. The CVSA is the one that dropped the English language requirement to be an out-of-service criteria.
And the other thing that gets me on this, I don't care if you in Zimbabwe and you an airplane pilot and you fly a commercial airplane, you've got to speak English. I think it's time that we get on board and start raising a little hell. I mean, on that personal conveyance thing, it's pretty black and white there. I mean, when I'm relieved of duty, when I dropped my last load and I'm 200 miles from the house and I want to go home, because this is my personal vehicle, I'm returning home, not picking up a load or nothing. I'm going straight to the house, not under dispatch or anything. I'm going home, and it becomes my personal vehicle to go home in. And I mean, I just, the CBSA and the FMSCA, they need to go up there and have a house cleaning on them people. I mean, just fire every damn one of them and start from scratch. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
So anyway, that's about my 2 cents tonight there, Commander-in-Chief.
All right.
And,
thank you for the update.
You, man, I'm still smiling ear to ear from the truck show. Man, I had the best time up there, Steve. I tell you, I just can't thank y'all enough, because we had a blast up there.
It was a good time. Yes, sir. Well, thank you much, Monkey Gouger. Yeah, we'll get our news update here and come back with room for you at 844-844-3388. I do have the rest of the story, but yeah, troopers are saying they're blaming the language barrier. It was all a misunderstanding. But how is it? You're driving a truck in this country. I didn't know I had to pull over for those blue lights. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
3 Republican senators are breaking from their party to support Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. Those senators are Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Mitt Romney of Utah. Jackson's confirmation by the full Senate is expected later this week. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has become the largest shareholder of the big tech company Twitter, with a 9.2% stake in the social media company. Musk now has 4 times as many shares as Twitter founder Jack Dorsey. Musk has been an outspoken critic of Twitter's biases and hostility to free speech. And JetBlue announced a bid to buy Spirit Airlines for $3.6 billion. That edges out a $2.9 billion offer from Frontier. This is USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
One U.S. senator is offering his 2 cents on how to turn the screws on Russia.
Although the United States and NATO have imposed heavy sanctions on Russia, the Kremlin still has money coming in from selling their energy around the world. Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy, appearing on Fox News, explains how crucial it is for the United States to shut down some of this trade revenue.
We're not going to win this war unless we cut off Putin's cash flow. We're not going to cut off his cash flow unless we can get Europe to stop buying his oil and gas.
Kennedy calling on the White House to lift restrictions on U.S. oil production so Europe can rely on American energy rather than Russia. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The U.S. posted a near-record $89.2 billion trade deficit in February, reflecting an ongoing surge in imports and ramped-up efforts to offload foreign goods at congested ports. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky continues to reach out to the West.
President Zelensky talked with the United Nations General Assembly this morning via a translator.
I am addressing you on behalf of the people who honor the memory of the deceased every single day, in the memory of the civilians who died, who were shot and killed in the back of their head after being tortured. Some of them were shot on the streets, others were thrown into the wells, so they died there in suffering.
United States UN Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield from the UN floor.
But what we have not seen is that behind those destroyed buildings are destroyed lives and destroyed families. I met with women and children who had fled Ukraine, who stuffed their lives into backpacks and left the only home they had ever known.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Republicans nationwide are considering taking a page out of Florida's playbook. Red state lawmakers across the country are on the cusp of new legislation that would prohibit classroom discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity with young students. The Hill reports lawmakers in Ohio and Louisiana have filed similar bills. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said the Lone Star State's version of a similar bill would be a top priority in the next legislative session. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, thank you much, and welcome back. There you go. Another hour underway. It's 844-844-3388. Rest of the story was in regards to the language barrier with the Ohio State Highway Patrol. Monday morning, about 4 a.m., Preble County, Ohio. According to WHIO, a state trooper attempted to stop the truck driver on I-70 because his taillights were out. Driver refused to pull over. And on he goes. Eventually, officers used stop sticks to get the semi-truck stopped near the State Route 48 exit in Inglewood. Troopers say the truck driver was from India. He didn't realize he was supposed to stop for officers. Officers say that the driver initially refused to exit the cab of the truck. Troopers were eventually able to get the driver on the phone and explain the situation. He finally got out of the truck. He has since been cited for a misdemeanor failure to comply and was ultimately released from custody. But yeah, how, pray tell, do you even garner a CDL license in this country, not knowing if you see the blue lights? You know, the cop's trying to pull you over, you gotta stop, you big dummy. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Who we got on the line? Woody? Not sure.
Oh, it's Heatwave.
Heatwave. Well, it says Woody.
Well, it's wrong. Good morning, senor. How you doing this morning?
How we get Woody out of Heatwave? It says Woody's talking about the weather, and where's all this electricity going to come from?
Yeah, that's got everything right.
Except Woody.
Holy crap. we try to do another wrestling match at the Sommers Hacienda. That's Barney and Woody versus...
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, yeah, the weather's been... I called it right. Mother Nature and Old Man Winter are both... they both have the monikers right. The Winter's... He's still hanging on. He's still got a few more things to say before...
Yep.
The springtime kicks in and Mother Nature's just biding her time, So I'm sure I got all the women folk out there just mad at me now, but what else is new? And speaking of weather, I'm sure that power lines are down everywhere where that tornado hit. I'm sure power is out. Well, let's see. If you have an electric car, you need power to charge it up.
Yeah.
You don't have power, you don't know how long power is going to be out for. I guess you're going to have a gasoline or diesel generator to get your power to charge your car. I don't know. And you got the droughts on the West Coast. California, well, we need you to not use as much power to keep cool. And we can't have y'all charging these cars. Well, you just said you wanted to be clean and green. Well, obviously there's a big problem there. You don't have the infrastructure, one, to take care of your charging, your electric needs. Two, where's your power coming from? Well, it can't be from the hydroelectric dams because you don't have enough water to run that. And then Oregon, or what was it, Washington State?
Washington, yeah.
Saying, well, they're going to stop having electric car sales at 2030. Well, good Lord, people. You get what you vote for. If you vote stupidity, then you're going to get stupidity. I'm sorry. I just really don't have enough words to say just how crazy the left is. And I think some people on the left are seeing that, and that's probably the reason why you've got a whole bunch of them saying, buyer's remorse. I'd rather have hurt feelings than a flat pocketbook or money going to other organizations instead of where we need our money to go to, i.e. the border. You know, my understanding is that every month, is just as soon as this damn Prop 42 or whatever it was that kept them over there in Mexico,
18,000.
just as soon as that goes, yeah. I mean, $500,000 a month.
It's 18,000 a day.
You know, that's
18,000 per day.
Yeah.
They're saying, yes.
And multiply that by 30, and there you go. You got yourself 500,000 people there, right? I mean, they said that's the population of Atlanta. Well, I don't know if that's Atlanta or not, but Pittsburgh, hell, that's even the population of Albuquerque. One, where are we going to put all these people? Two, how are we going to support all these people? I mean, it clearly states in the immigration law, I'm sure, that says, you know, you don't come here to be a ward to the state. You come here with what you have to become independent of the government. You support your own damn self. I ain't supposed to support my family and yours and your extended family. You know, if we had anybody with a smidgen of common sense up in D.C. running the country, Lord knows there ain't a whole lot of common sense up there, they would look and say, hey, we need to secure our southern border. We don't have this issue with the Canadians coming down from the north. They seem to be pretty happy up there with their socialist government. Fine. We need to take care of ourselves on our southern border. You get that squared away, then you won't have this invasion. You won't have the smuggling of people. You won't have the sex trade. You won't have the drugs coming over. I mean, you may have some, because they're crafty buggers out there and they can dig deeper than what those fences were put in. But nonetheless, you know, it will be greatly reduced, and it was greatly reduced.
Yep.
So I, you know, short of setting up a militia up there and turning people away via hot lead, I don't know what is going to be done to stem the flow of this illegal act. You know, it's an invasion. As much as it is an invasion from Russia into Ukraine, and that's another story, it's just the same unarmed invasion, but you could say it's probably more of a biological invasion because we don't know what kind of diseases these people have. They're coming over, unvaccinated, unmasked, yet our government demands that we get the jab. I mean, to anyone that has common sense out there, does that make any damn sense? Regardless of what party affiliation you're with. I'm sorry. It doesn't make any sense. Trump was right, and any businessman that's going to be in office is going to be right. Take care of your people first. You bring businesses back here. You know, we got enough crud coming in from China that we could make here. You know, China depends on a lot of trade. I mean, when's the last time you picked something up and it wasn't made in China?
Yeah, not much.
No, exactly. Every last piece you find, made in China. The Southwest Indian, table settings or whatnot, made in China, made in China, made in China. Bring that stuff back here. Let us do it. You know, and then if we can't get the raw materials, let's make a treaty with a country that is pro-American or has the same values that we have, and let's work closely with them to get stuff that we need here. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir on this one, but that's just passionate right now. And you know, that debacle over there in Ukraine, this could have been stopped dead in its tracks had the idiot in charge done something prior to Russia putting people up on that border. Oh, no, it's just an exercise. Well, ain't that what Hitler said right before he went into Poland and Russia with Operation Barbarossa? Oh, it's just training exercises.
Yep.
Yeah, my hind end, that ain't no training exercise. That's all an out war. And the stuff that he's pulling right now, bombing cities, just killing civilians, unarmed civilians, women, old people, children, babies. Folks, when's it going to be in y'all's head that Russia is the aggressor, not the one that's being invaded? So what? Russia had a couple of old reservoirs bombed 24 miles into their country from I can't even. But anyways, and then they turn around and they bomb another bunch of oil into. Oh man, I'm having a brain fart here. What country was I talking about? Russia in? Help me out here, Steve. I've absolutely just had a brain fart here.
Ukraine.
I can't remember the name of the country that Russia invaded.
Ukraine.
But anyways, thank you. Good night. It's
That
that
is a
old
brain
age
fart.
disease.
That
It's
is.
hitting me sooner than yeah. But I mean, everyone's so aghast that Ukraine went 24 miles in and destroyed an oil depot. Yet Russia has come in and is destroying cities, and in response to their depot getting destroyed, they destroyed a Ukrainian oil depot in the south, I guess. Man, I mean, weak leadership, someone that has just lost their cognitive ability, and obviously, since I can't remember Ukrainian, I must be in that decline as well. So
we're going to have to get someone to start type. Someone's going to have to start typing out some note cards for you with answers to the questions that you can read when you dial us up.
So I can stay on script and not fall off. I hear you.
Like Joe,
I hear you.
yes.
All right, Senor, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good morning.
Thank you much. Yeah, they're talking about, they keep talking Vladimir Putin war crimes. Yesterday, they did say it's pretty darn grisly. The grisly details from the reported slaughter in Bucha. Torture chambers found. The office of the Ukrainian Attorney General said via the official Telegram account that the office stated prosecutors investigating potential Russian war crimes alongside with Kyiv police found this, what they're calling torture chamber, in the basement of a children's sanatorium in Bucha, northwest of the capital city. The dead bodies of 5 men, their hands bound. Then, of course, Ukraine said on Sunday Russian soldiers killed at least 400 Bucha residents as they were withdrawing, quote, from the region. Disturbing photos of the carnage, which have been circulating around the world in recent days. During the week-long occupation, the Ukrainian government claimed that soldiers were executing residents arbitrarily. The Telegram post also included a graphic photo taken in the alleged chamber showing several dead bodies lying on a dirt floor with the faces blurred out. And prosecutors and police working the crime scene, where an English translator says every effort is being made to establish the circumstances of each war crime and those involved in the Russian aggression to bring them to justice. I don't know how they're ever going to do that, bring them to justice. And as we've talked about, I mean, so you try to charge Vladimir Putin with war crimes. Yeah, he doesn't recognize the so-called international court. What are you going to do? Subpoena Vladimir? You are hereby ordered to show up in Geneva to face your war crime charges. Yeah, right. We'll get a quick 2-minute timeout. All right, let me see here. Did we lose the Rambler? It looks like he dropped off. So we've got clear lines. Rambler was up next. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, once again, it's 844-844-3388. I've had a couple of people share this with me in just the last little bit. And I'm not exactly sure. This is not from the officials, the People's Convoy, under the heading, the Truckers for Freedom Convoy, which says ASAP, looking for a reefer trailer to store our cold goods in. The reefer trailer we have has died, and we can't get it running. We need a reefer or cold storage area. Just to let everyone know what's going on with the reefer trailer, the relay pump has gone bad. Therefore, the only way to keep the trailer running is to put air pressure in the tank. With that, we have to hook an air compressor up to the tank every hour to keep the reefer running. It's no fun, but we're going to make it work for now. I guess you're on duty. You got to hook the pump up every hour. Yeah, just taking shifts. But now, it says we do have a mechanic coming out tomorrow, but it's still going to be beneficial to try to get a reefer just to make sure we can keep our cold food cold. Let us know. You can reach out to us at area code 609-435-8394. You can call or text. Again, that's 609-435-8394. I'm not exactly sure. Is the Truckers for Freedom Convoy with the People's Convoy headed back to California? I know they were in Texas. Both Monday night, they had a rally at like 7 o'clock this past evening there. So if that be the case, maybe several people said, say, pass the word along, Steve. We might be able to, someone might be out there that could help them out. So there you go. Good morning, Rambler. Thanks for dialing us back up.
Oh, praise God, Steve. I'm glad to be back on the air with you. Man, I don't know what happened. I just was listening to everyone talk, listen to Heat Wave and everything like that, and it just went silent. But
Ah.
I'm here, brother. I'm here, and I've got about 2 or 3 minutes to say what I want to say, unless you want to hold me over after the hard break. Praise God. But got good news about Determined Ministries Church. Had a preacher friend of mine. She come forward and has offered her church for us to be able to have Sunday Easter service. Praise God. If you don't follow us at Determined Ministries Church, we're just basically, we are a real church. I have a 501c3. I'm the legally ordained pastor of the church, but because of COVID, we were on our way to getting a building. Then that kind of shot everything down, and we just kept it, just live streaming from Facebook because we had a better audience there. But every year I try to do at least a gospel crusade and have our Easter service. And I didn't want to do it outside this year. I kind of wanted to do it indoors. And so praise God, we have a way to do that. You want to know how to be a part of our service, just go to Determined Ministries Church on Facebook. I've got everything posted, the address, and what time we'll have service and everything like that. But that's not the real reason I called. The real reason I called is, guess what day it is besides Hump Day? Guess what? It is Overshare Wednesday. Overshare Wednesday. Now, I want everyone to do me a favor and pull up this show on Facebook. And I'm going to talk for just a minute. So get it pulled up on Facebook and give me a minute to talk to you. Now, the best way we can promote this show is us. Now, I believe the show is going to go great places in the future, and I believe it. But for right now, the best promotion Steve has is us on Overshare Wednesday for the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers in the Secret Bunker in the Hot Shot Studios located in Cincinnati, Ohio. Now that you got Facebook pulled up, I want you to do me a favor. Steve, just kind of wave at us real fast. Say, hello, everybody. Wave at us.
Hello, everybody. No, I think it's
All
about
right, now,
a 20, 30-second delay there, by the way.
Well, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Now, I want to count to 3. And when I count to 3, I want everybody to hit the like and the heart emoji. Ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Start hitting the like and the heart emoji. Start showing the show some love.
There you
now,
go.
You can take it just a minute. That's right. To do that, to show the show some love, you can take just another minute to take and share this show. Take it, tag someone, tag 5 people, take the show and share it. Let's get the word out there that there is a program on there that deals with not only trucking topics, but politics and everything else, and a whole host of good cartoon characters that will call up and entertain you. But praise God, if you can do that, it will be sure helping us out and get the word out. And Steve, I know you got to take a break, my brother. I love you, and everyone out there know that Brother Rambler loves you. And loves you on the full of the word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, I can love you, and I do. And God bless you. Oh, before I go, be praying for Eskimo Mom. Pray for Mercedes Cantrell. And let's pray for Dale Nolt. They need the Lord to work for them with health issues. God bless you, Steve. I'll talk to you later, my friend.
Thank you for checking in there. Good to hear from you, Rambler. All right, so again, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. We'll be right back. News break time here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. and its European allies will impose stiff new sanctions on Russia on Wednesday. The sanctions include a ban on new investments in Russia. The joint action also includes toughened sanctions on Russia's financial institutions and government-owned enterprises. Meanwhile, the Defense Department is sending Ukraine an additional $100 million worth of military equipment. Authorities say one person is dead in Georgia and another in Texas amid damaging storms, high winds, and tornadoes around the South. Forecasters said the storms Tuesday were just the start of what could be 2 days of violent weather in the region. More than 50,000 homes and businesses were without power Tuesday night from eastern Texas to South Carolina. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. J Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Coming your way live from the secret bunker. All right, got a couple of updates to throw your way. One of which we were talking earlier about the pre-2010 emission spec engines. But the diesels in California starting January 1 of 23. And Overdrive magazine actually had some more details on that. The question was being asked by Diesel Army said, I have no idea how many trucks that this may actually involve. The estimate, according to Overdrive, is some 76,000 owners who live or operates in California with a pre-2010 emission spec engine. Your ability to operate is in jeopardy coming up January 1. I saw someone who posted on the Overdrive social media page. They said, okay, so you think we're having trouble moving containers, which that's kind of dropped out the headlines in recent months, right? They're still having issues. We still have supply chain issues. But earlier in the year, the backup in the ports, we don't have enough container movers, not enough truck drivers. That was what they were trying to point the finger of blame on. Someone pointed out, you think we're having trouble moving containers now? Here, hold my beer. Wait till 2023 when, again, potentially 76,000 more trucks may be taken out of play in California, thanks to the CARB regulation. I'll give you more on that story coming up. Let me first get back to the calls at 844-3388. I know Lester he had called in and held on and couldn't hold any longer last night, so we missed you. Yeah, it was good chatting with you this past day. What's going on this morning, Lester?
Hey, not much at all, Steve. Hey, where's Heatwave running at?
Oh, where's he at tonight? I can't remember. He's somewhere out west, but...
Oh, okay, good. I was coming from Indianapolis, and I seen on the Artemis sign it says, missing truck driver in a state of confusion. So I thought maybe that was Heatwave up here.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, he's out there, Utah, California. He's out west somewhere.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it must not be him. There must be another driver. So, it was nice talking to you today. We got everything straightened out and ready to go.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. I think Debbie took care of all that stuff today. Well, I had to be in bed, so she took care of everything. Today. So how's everything else been going with you guys?
Hey, doing well. How's you're technically retired now, right? How's the retired life treating you?
Well, it's like this. I was retired for about a month and came back part-time, and the part-time sometimes is more than the full-time at times. But just working through some medical issues and different things like that, and able to refuse any work that I don't want to do or can't do.
Okay.
Which makes it good because I was on the call board before, and you really can't refuse anything on the call board. And basically, it's a little bit nicer now because if they call and say, "Hey, can you run here or there?" and if you don't really want to run it, you don't have to. And by staying part-time, I was able to hold my position as a seniority person. If I decide to go back full-time, I don't lose no positions. I go back as when I left. And that was another reason why I stayed on as part-time.
Okay. What?
Not that I'm going to go back full-time.
How many times have we heard of drivers that retire from trucking? No. I'm curious. What prompted you to go back, even part-time? Did you actually miss it, or did you just too bored being retired, or what?
Oh boy, I tell you what, it is boring being that. I mean, I hate to say that, but it's not nothing compared. It's nothing to Debbie and my family or nothing. It's just it's hard to just sit around. You can only watch so much TV, and you can only do so many other things. And it's like, and myself, I've been a workaholic all my life. I've worked 2 jobs all of my life, and it's hard to work no jobs.
Yeah,
it's just very difficult. I worked since I public schools for 30 and a half years. Now I did my police job for 32 years. So, I mean, I did them like simultaneously, and it's very difficult to just walk away completely, cold turkey.
I got you.
It's almost like being addicted. That's pretty good. Addicted to work.
Addicted to trucking.
Yeah, that's it. But I find it very peaceful out here. You do. I talk to a bunch of other drivers. Jim, and Lester, and all of them, and at different times. Now that I'm working different schedules, it's hard to get in contact with a lot of them because when I'm home, they're working, or I'm sleeping, that they're working. Vice versa. And a lot of times I work weekends, and a lot of times they're off on weekends. So it's hard to connect sometimes. But I don't know. It's all working out, I guess. I'm getting a lot of medical stuff taken care of that I should have had taken care of a long time ago.
Yeah.
And just working through it. That's all you can do. So how's your boy doing?
Doing well. He's actually off tonight, so he's not out there on the road, but he's doing good, enjoying what he does.
You know Jen Psaki, don't you? White House used to be White House.
Oh, Jen Psaki. Yeah. Going to MSNBC here shortly, apparently.
That's correct. You know where her husband grew up, don't you?
I had no idea.
Is
that right?
Township.
I'll be darned. I did not know that.
And every time they come to Cincinnati, they go visit his parents in Delhi Township.
Huh.
I found that out about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. You can probably Google it, and then so that's basically, I kind of found it ironic because I used to work at Elder all the time, Elder High School, and he graduated from Elder High School. Her husband did, and lived in Delhi, so he may run into him, I guess.
How about that? They always say it's a small world, right?
Yes, it is. It is. I would have never thought that they would, especially her being like she is in a conservative town like Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And with him going to Elder, it's, I don't know, it's kind of different. But I didn't know if you knew that or not.
I was not aware. I did not. I'll pass that on.
Yep. But coming up 74, when I was coming in tonight, and I thought, boy, it's going to be a rough road to hoe up through here. When I was on 275 and 74, the fog was so dense it was unbelievable. And I got about 25 miles away from 275 on 74, and then it eased up a lot. It was clear almost all the way to Indianapolis. And I guess it's just that little low-lying area in the valley there, where I guess where it rained today has created all the fog and stuff. Hopefully it ain't as bad going back. Right now it's clear as everything up here, up on 74 headed to Cincinnati.
Okay.
So far.
Yeah, for a couple, from like 11:30 till about 1:30, it was really the thickest pea soup outside the bunker, and like there at the bottom of the hour, it had cleared up quite a bit, not nearly like it was.
Oh, did it? It has cleared up quite a bit down there, huh?
It has.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. Makes the driving a little easier. I was hoping to, just run up here and run back, have a clear shot. And then when I started coming across 275, I thought, oh, boy. 74 is always bad for fog anyway. And when I started running into it early, right there around Coleraine and everything, I thought, boy, oh, boy, it's going to be a rough night tonight. I'd rather drive in snow and freezing rain and sleet and all that stuff
versus
other than
the
that
fog.
fog.
Yeah.
At least you can see where you're going.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, listen, I thought I'd just give you a holler, and because I really haven't talked to you in quite a while and everything. And I think we're good for the September event, too, because I was checking my calendar and everything. I don't have nothing planned for that, so we're going to write that down on that Friday night up there in September.
Cool. Yeah, the Vina Colette. Got to invite everybody to that. The Vina Colette fall. I guess that's the fall festival they call it. Art and Wine Festival, Art and Craft Festival, I think. So.
Right. Yeah, it's I think September 10th, 11th, 9th, 10th, and 11th or something like that. I believe it is. I looked it up earlier and to see if I was going to be available.
Yeah.
Because last year we missed it, and the year before last, I don't think they had it, did they?
COVID knocked it out. Yep.
Yeah.
Like everything else.
Because of good old COVID. All right.
Well,
listen,
it's great to hear from you.
I'll talk to you later.
Hope things stay clear. Because sometimes that fog kind of comes and goes, but we do have the dense fog advisories that continue for this region. Much of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, that region there. Foggy night while the rains continue in the northeast. And the heavy rains have indeed now pushing into Chicago. Heavy rains, eastern portions of Wisconsin, northern and central portions of Illinois. Lighter rain back into northern Missouri, but yet you got some heavy rains, especially through central and northern Illinois tonight. Back in two, though. Lines available at 844-844-3388 here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear.
Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me get the rest of the story, as they say, with January 1 of 2023. According to Overdrive, they're estimating 76,000 owners may be affected by this. Nearly 10 years ago, the California Air Resources Board, the truck and bus regulation, banned the use of all trucks powered by 2006 and older emission spec engines, with a handful of exceptions, and beginning in 2023, the rule, along with the similar drayage rule for dray operators, will take vehicle bans a step further. If the deadline stands as currently written, use of all 2007 to 2009 emission spec engines will be prohibited. Part of the enforcement mechanism this go-around is to prevent registration or renewal of any such vehicle. The default CARB and the California Department of Motor Vehicles is going to use that regard as an assumption that truck model years 2008 through 2010 are powered by 2007 to 2009 engines, unless the owners take steps with the agencies to prove otherwise. If not, registrations and or renewals will be automatically blocked. Now, given high interest in 2010 emission spec tech at the time of that generation of engines introduction, it's likely that many owners of 2010 model year trucks do in fact include 2010 emission spec engines that have the diesel exhaust fluid dosing and the SCR systems. If you do own a 2010 model year truck with a 2010 engine, you can report your engine is compliant through CARB's excluded diesel vehicle reporting database. But this is just more red tape, more hoops you got to jump through. The owner will be required to upload photos of the engine compartment that still shows part of the truck's exterior, as well as a photo of the emission control label. CARB is suggesting this information be submitted well in advance of your registration due date to minimize the possibility of registration delays. An analysis from Overdrive's sister company, which is RigDig Business Intelligence, discovered 75,951 unique VIN numbers for 2007 to 2009 model year trucks with some level of activity in California over the past 5 years, including registrations and inspections. For owners that actually are based in California, you will be blocked from registering by the Department of Motor Vehicles after January 1. Out-of-state truck owners operating these older engines would run the risk, horse feathers, of hefty fines and even the possibility of your truck being impounded. That answers your question, horse feathers. Joe Rakovets, Director of Governmental Affairs with the Western States Trucking Association, said some out-of-state operators whose trucks are already out of compliance with the rule may have been able to get in and out of the state without any problems, but it's really like throwing the dice. You're taking a chance every time. Next year, once all of the California domiciled trucks that don't comply are blocked from registering, Enforcement personnel will no longer have to focus on those trucks, he says. The state will then be able to redeploy their inspectors to the ports of entry, which will make it more difficult for out-of-state operators to evade the rule. Their low-use exemption for older rigs running fewer than 1,000 miles annually in the state is still available. However, for out-of-state and in-state operators with a variety of miles, tracking and reporting requirements, all right, very, very complicated. It says the mileage limitation was actually reduced from 5,000 miles in 2018 after CARB lost a legal appeal challenging it and some other compliance alternatives. So it's like, okay, less than 1,000 miles in a given year in the state. That'd be somebody that just once in a blue moon, like maybe rolls into California to pick up a load. Doesn't take long to rack up 1,000 miles anywhere, any given state. So there's a bit of a better understanding what's going on, thanks to our friends at CARB. All right, before we hit our news update here, just ahead, top of the hour, we'll get to Philip just ahead. Gilligan is on board. Looks like Batman's got an update. Oh, that's actually Donut Man. See, on the earlier call, it says Batman. Traffic update on I-71 in Ohio. All right, hang in there. Meanwhile, Twitter made one thing perfectly clear this past day. After some of the rumors and rumblings about Elon Musk will not be forcing them to bring Donald Trump back. Of course, Twitter announced that they're appointing Musk to the board of directors after he purchased that in excess of 9% of the social media company's stock. He is the largest shareholder now. Looking forward to working with Parag and Twitter board to make significant improvements to Twitter in coming months, says Musk. Now, the comment sparked speculation among conservatives that Musk might push for Trump's reinstatement, since he's actually been very critical and outspoken of Twitter's crackdown on speech, freedom of speech. Twitter was quick to snuff out any speculation, telling the Daily Mail, Twitter is committed to impartiality in the development and enforcement of its policies and rules. Our policy decisions are not determined by the board or the shareholders. We have no plans to reverse any policy decisions. They went on to say, as always, our board plays an important advisory and feedback role, but our day-to-day operations and decisions are made by Twitter management and employees. So Elon, I guess, is not going to have a say. Hang around. Much more to come here on a Wednesday Hump Day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
3 Republican senators are breaking from their party to support Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. Those senators are Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Mitt Romney of Utah. Jackson's confirmation by the full Senate is expected later this week. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has become the largest shareholder of the big tech company Twitter, with a 9.2% stake in the social media company. Musk now has 4 times as many shares as Twitter founder Jack Dorsey. Musk has been an outspoken critic of Twitter's biases and hostility to free speech. And JetBlue announced a bid to buy Spirit Airlines for $3.6 billion. That edges out a $2.9 billion offer from Frontier. This is USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
One U.S. senator is offering his 2 cents on how to turn the screws on Russia.
Although the United States and NATO have imposed heavy sanctions on Russia, the Kremlin still has money coming in from selling their energy around the world. Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy, appearing on Fox News, explains how crucial it is for the United States to shut down some of this trade revenue.
We're not going to win this war unless we cut off Putin's cash flow. We're not going to cut off his cash flow unless we can get Europe to stop buying his oil and gas.
Kennedy calling on the White House to lift restrictions on U.S. oil production so Europe can rely on American energy rather than Russia. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The U.S. posted a near-record $89.2 billion trade deficit in February, reflecting an ongoing surge in imports and ramped-up efforts to offload foreign goods at congested ports. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky continues to reach out to the West.
President Zelensky talked with the United Nations General Assembly this morning via a translator.
I am addressing you on behalf of the people who honor the memory of the deceased every single day, in the memory of the civilians who died, who were shot and killed in the back of their head after being tortured. Some of them were shot on the streets, others were thrown into the wells, so they died there in suffering.
United States UN Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield from the UN floor.
But what we have not seen is that behind those destroyed buildings are destroyed lives and destroyed families. I met with women and children who had fled Ukraine, who stuffed their lives into backpacks and left the only home they had ever known.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Republicans nationwide are considering taking a page out of Florida's playbook. Red state lawmakers across the country are on the cusp of new legislation that would prohibit classroom discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity with young students. The Hill reports lawmakers in Ohio and Louisiana have filed similar bills. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said the Lone Star State's version of a similar bill would be a top priority in the next legislative session. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, it's midnight on the West Coast.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us.
There you go.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
There you go. Thank you, Big Moose. Aha. There you go. For our friends on the West Coast, welcome into a Wednesday. 3:07 Eastern Time, 12:07 Wednesday morning on the West Coast. I saw a post, turn the monitor down there. That Big Sexy chimed in a bit ago, said got some strong storms moving through northern Arkansas at this hour. Apparently they did have a tornado warning at one point earlier. Yeah, I'm looking at a pretty strong line of storms from about Pocahontas down to Batesville, several cells in there, then another line of thunderstorms from just east of Mountain Home to, that's well east of Fort Smith, Arkansas, but some folks waking up to rumbles of thunder this morning. Again, this kind of the beginning of what's going to be another very active day, severe weather, possible tornadoes. Round 2, sweeping through the southern portions of the country. Greatest tornado risk, they tell us later today, is going to be stretching from parts of Louisiana through maybe southern Mississippi, Alabama, southern Georgia. Not really seeing anything yet on the radar on that front. All right, let me get back to the calls here. Donut Man, I'm going to jump to you because you got a update on I-71 here in the Buckeye State. What's going on, Donut Man?
Yes, sir. About the 77-mile marker going southbound, there's about 3 or 4 trucks involved. One was on its side over in the grass off the shoulder. It looks like one was perpendicular into the right lane. Another truck looked like he came up on it in the fog. So he caught the back end of the trailer. He was over on the shoulder. Now, the heavy-duty wreckers or anything haven't shown up yet.
Okay.
They got the left lane open, kind of slow. It kind of sneaks up on you because the fog's pretty much like pea soup through there.
Okay, that's what
Guys,
Lester was asking about that.
Slow it down a little bit.
That's what I was going to ask about the fog. Lester was just saying. I guess it kind of comes in waves. It'll get really thick and then clear a little bit. But it's pretty thick fog where you're at then.
Yeah. You got there, just out there, kind of let up a little bit, but I'm back down here around the 50, probably about the 58 or so, getting close to my terminal, and it's pretty thick again. So
okay.
Heads up, guys, from about just north of Columbus, probably up around, up around Mount Gilead up there, and our sponsor's headquarters turf. It kind of in and out, and then pretty much once you got around Columbus, it got real thick, and you might be able to see, a couple 100 yards in front of you, give or take. Like, you see, like, taillights sneak up on you real quick. So, guys, just back it down and just take her a little bit easy, and you'll get there. You might not get there as fast as you want to, but you'll get there. So
okay.
Just slow them down, and you're going to have fog. It's getting, like you said, it gets real thick, and it kind of thins a little bit, but then it gets real super thick again. So it's like that all the way down 71. So I imagine down there at the secret bunker down there is probably about the same thing going through there. So I haven't heard anything of how far south it goes, but I imagine it's going to be one of them nights.
Yep. I mean, the dense fog advisories extend all the way down through here in Cincinnati, down into northern Kentucky. And, yeah, that's... I think we go till...
Yeah, I figure when I get up, I'll start heading home, I'm going to hit it, so...
Goes till about 10 o'clock this morning, according to... I was pulling it up right here from the National Weather Service in Wilmington. Dense fog advisory till 10 a.m., That's east central, southeast Indiana, northern Kentucky, central, south central, southwest, west central Ohio. Visibility down to a quarter mile or less in some cases. Again, till about 10 a.m. All right, let's jump back at it here. Thank you for the update there, by the way, Donut Man. Head on down to Phillip. What's happening in Florida?
Just driving through the construction right now on I-4 in Altamont Springs, Florida. On my way to work on I-4, as usual. How you doing today?
I'm doing just fine. Thanks for asking. Happy Hump Day.
Yeah, Hump Day. Yeah, we want to take it easy in that fog. You know what can happen. You seen it down here, Steve, not too long ago. Remember that accident we had down here?
Yeah, and more recently just had that big accident in the fog in PA here just a week or so ago.
Absolutely. And that one in PA, man, wow. Those guys that were taking that footage on the side of the road while those trucks were hitting each other, I was like, oh my God, man, them guys were running crazy fast in that. But if you're running that fog, you might want to, instead of stopping in the middle of the road, get off of the road. If you're going to run so slow that you're almost to a stop, just get off the road, man. That's the biggest problem we had down here with the highway patrol. Hey, Steve, did you see anything about the hypersonic missiles in any of your articles here lately?
Hypersonic? Nah. Apparently, I know we did some sort of a test yesterday. I don't think it was a hypersonic, but no. What's the deal?
Well, they are starting to test we're not as far along as the Russians are with that hypersonic missile technology.
Yeah.
But we're getting pretty close, and I think they're putting it in the media now just to kind of show Russia, hey, we can do it too.
Yeah.
Type of thing, but they're doing more testing with the hypersonic missiles now. So everybody's kind of flexing their muscles, so to speak, with what's going on out there in the world. I don't think we'll use them though, because all the stuff that we're going to set up we could go conventional like he's doing, but I think Mars are more patterned toward a nuke. So, and I think that's why everybody is all freaking out right now and don't want to get involved with things. Did you see that with Ukraine, the president with the UN yesterday?
Yeah, and I think he's right. Why in the hell would Russia have any say on the what is it, the Human Rights Council, whatever? I mean, they have no business having a say on that.
No, they shouldn't. It was funny when I watched it. They started out the talks with the Russians, saying that they had requested a meeting and they didn't get their meeting, and they felt that they had been swindled out of a meeting. And it was basically the president of the UN and the Russian ambassador going back and forth about a meeting. Whereas I guess they have 48 hours to submit to do a meeting with the UN. And they did it in, I guess, 24 hours or something, and they didn't meet what they told them. You got 48 hours, and they didn't do it the correct time matter. And they got bent out of shape about it, and it was just back and forth at the beginning of that meeting. And then our ambassador, I don't know, did you hear her testimony yesterday?
That I did not.
Well, what was funny is they put Zelensky on, and he talked about what was going on, and they were supposed to do a video like they did with our senators when they had where he spoke to our senators. He spoke for a little bit, they had a video, and he spoke again. Well, that was what was supposed to happen yesterday in this meeting with the UN. And they had some technical issues with the video. So they weren't able to play the video. So what they did is they went in and carried on the meeting and started talking to the other ambassadors. Well, they talked to our ambassador, and she basically said a carbon copy of what Zelensky said, but her testimony was from people that were in Romania and in different places that she had been from the refugees' point of view. She had been talking to the refugees, not even to the people that were there. She didn't see any of the photo evidence or anything like that. Everything was all taken from the refugees. So if people are talking about this and giving their side of the story, and then you have all this photographic evidence as well as satellite evidence, so it's got to be true. What do you think, Steve?
Well, yeah, if it's on video, you can't deny if you can see it, you can believe it, right?
I mean, they had satellite technology or video from satellites 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Before they even got, when they were in Bucha, 2 weeks prior, they had satellite technology, or, satellite evidence, I should say, photographs of what went down. And they had physical satellite photos of people laying in the street. 2 weeks. I just don't get it, and he's never going to get tried for this unless he comes out of the country or when somebody goes in the country and grabs him.
Right.
But it's a bad situation and everything. And Steve, if you get a chance as well, the local TV channels are running it down here. There's actually footage of a county sheriff driving his car, and this is a DA moment, through a red light and actually got in an accident and hurt some folks. And now they're coming around to charging him. Have you heard anything about that?
I had not seen that one. No, it's probably more on your local news there.
Yes, it's in Orange County, Florida. This sheriff, the body cam footage shows him looking out the windshield. You can see the light is red. You can see he's just driving. He ain't stopping or anything, and gets in a pretty bad accident. Okay? They caught him the second red light before on his phone, looking at social media on his phone while he was driving with his body cam footage.
Okay.
So it's another side of the story with this body cam stuff that a lot of people say. And if you look it up, it's probably in Orlando has it. That's where I saw it last night when I saw it on the news. I'm like, and this guy's still out on patrol. He's still patrolling around. And it was a pretty bad accident. I'm not sure if anybody got killed, but I know that somebody got hurt pretty bad.
Wow.
But, and another thing that amazes me about it is the intersection that it happened to is a well-known intersection down here in Orlando that has cameras. It's a cambered intersection as far as cameras on the red lights taking pictures of people doing things. So, pretty crazy stuff there. But that's all I got today, Steve. You have a good one, and thanks a lot.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. We'll return in 2 here on a Wednesday hump day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, looking at 22 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. I'll ask Gilligan here in a minute if anybody heard from Chevy Guy. Saw the video that he posted about 4 o'clock this past afternoon in Allendale County. Now, looking at some of the damage from the local Fox affiliate there. A large, dangerous tornado confirmed to have touched down in Allendale, but the full scope of damage still being evaluated. It was seen on radar about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Immediately, there was high concern. Forecasters said they could see the strong rotation of the system on the radar. And shortly after, they began to see the debris being picked up on the Doppler radar, picking up debris, which prompted the National Weather Service to issue a very rare statement, which is the tornado emergency. Tornado emergency in effect for Allendale and headed towards Sycamore was the word from the National Weather Service. Videos quickly surfacing on social media showing the large twister on the ground. At present, not known exactly how large or how fast the wind speeds were. That'll take a National Weather Service team to get out there probably when the sun comes up later this morning and make those determinations. South Carolina Emergency Division said they had one confirmed injury, but not a life-threatening injury. But lots of video, images of downed trees, power lines, damage, some of the destruction. Emergency teams from both the county and the state were sent in to assess the situation. The electric cooperative that serves the area confirmed the winds had damaged parts of the distribution system, including at least 3 substations. Allendale County School District confirmed no classes for today due to the damage, today being Wednesday. But it was a rapidly moving cluster of thunderstorms responsible for that outbreak. In anticipation of that, the Storm Prediction Center had placed the southern Midlands in the enhanced risk of severe weather yesterday. And that turned out to be the area that actually saw the worst of the storms. If you look back historically, South Carolina's greatest risk for tornadoes is in the month of April, indeed. Morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. No, I haven't heard from Chevy guys this morning. We spoke line together with him. I hope he's okay. I mean, I just haven't heard not any messages or anything from him.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, normally, I kind of thought we'd hear from him right out of the box tonight because, I mean, like, he had sent me a copy of that, a link to that video that he recorded. He was mighty darn close to that thing as it pushed through when he was, I guess, still working, waiting for a load of chips or something, the way it looked.
Yeah, that was about 4 o'clock, and he wouldn't be back on duty till 2 o'clock this morning. Guess he was working late or something.
I'm not sure. I mean, I know he drives that green cab truck, and I'm sure that was him sitting behind the wheel taking the video.
I didn't see the video. I did speak to Jolly Green this evening, and everything's going good with him. The fires are nowhere near him. He said, actually, the fire that was near him, they got put out. That's what he told me. He said he went down there some Saturday afternoon. He could really see the smoke from Jericho Mountain on his way down. Yeah, hopefully they're getting that under control. And rain, I think they're getting some of this rain we are. It's a rainy night here on 81, but I haven't hit anything real heavy and no fall so far on my road. So it ain't been a bad night. I want to touch on a couple of things, actually. One, I wonder if any of your other listeners have been getting spam on Facebook. I keep on getting these messages from another diesel additive product. I'm not going to mention the name of it, obviously. And they keep on changing the name of the profile, and it comes up messages. You win $10,000. You win.
I've been seeing those. Yeah, you win. Contact us, right?
Right, exactly. They just keep on changing the name on the profile. I've been getting a lot of them. Okay, so I didn't think I'd be the only one. I figured because I'm friends on Hot Shot Secret and stuff like that, I guess that's why they're targeting me, you and several others.
Yeah.
I sent you a link to two stories. One, three, you already covered one. Did you see how the Port Authority up there in New York City's going after that driver that lost that load of beans up there on the GW Bridge? I think that was Monday morning. Did you see that? Did you read that story?
I don't think I've seen that one yet, no. I know you sent me the one about the language barrier thing.
Right. Well, that one, the driver, I think his face read it was Monday morning. He lost a load of beams. He damaged one of the pillars and took some bricks off and caused a 3-hour backup on the bridge, George Washington Bridge and all this. They say they're really going after the driver and the company and all this bunch. Well, granted, the load obviously was not secure, but with the amount of potholes on that bridge, I have been on that bridge in 8 years. I'm sure it's not gotten any better. That bridge will jar you to pieces. The 3-hour backup on the GW Bridge is not that unusual. It's amazing how the Port Authority is going after him and his company. But that's what they do. They see money signs and target the truckers, But I think of it later on. I'll resend you that.
I think I found it here. I printed that up. Yes, I did print that up. So that's why it wasn't still in my email.
Okay. The other one, I think we found the solution to get transgenders out of women's sports. Did you see that article about how the women are
Yep, that's the way to do it, right? Nobody else is going to play with them, right?
Exactly. I'm glad to see that. I applaud the ladies for that. There's absolutely this has got to stop. I do not care what color, creed, religion, whatever you are, bi, gay, straight, trans, whatever. That does not matter to me. But you've got somebody, biological male, a bit against biological females in most sports. That is totally wrong. If you notice, they don't go into the women's gymnastics where, the floor routines and stuff like that. Because, of course, the women are far more limber and can do things that a biological male can't.
Mm-hmm.
They pick out. Yep. So, hey, you want to really go at it? Go after the ones where the women have the definite advantage. You want to try to compete against them. But, that's all I got for tonight, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call.
Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. I've got that story. That one's actually in the sport of cycling. A biologically male who identifies now as a female. And this was in Britain, not here in the U.S. Ultimately, he was actually banned from competing in the women's championship race last weekend, following threats of a boycott from the true female competitors. We'll give you more coming up here. First, a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
3 Republican senators are breaking from their party to support Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. Those senators are Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Mitt Romney of Utah. Jackson's confirmation by the full Senate is expected later this week. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has become the largest shareholder of the big tech company Twitter, with a 9.2% stake in the social media company. Musk now has 4 times as many shares as Twitter founder Jack Dorsey. Musk has been an outspoken critic of Twitter's biases and hostility to free speech. And JetBlue announced a bid to buy Spirit Airlines for $3.6 billion. That edges out a $2.9 billion offer from Frontier. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me give you the latest on what was a volatile day in the southeast there Tuesday. Tornadoes touching down across several states. Now, AccuWeather says one confirmed deaths. Of course, the threat for severe storms continues. Going to stick around through Wednesday night. Storms rolled through Bryan County, Georgia. The local sheriff's office commented that the northern part of the county in eastern Georgia was hit hard there, claiming one life in the city of Pembroke. According to the Bryan County coroner this past evening, no further details, but multiple tornadoes seen on the ground. Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, starting in the early afternoon hours. Perhaps the most damage noted in Allendale County in southwestern South Carolina, which they say is the least populous county for the state. Tornado was confirmed at 4:05 Eastern Time. Local damage to local buildings. The county's 911 center reported roofs blown off of local structures around the same time. The severe went right through the county seat, Allendale, as well as surrounding towns, Sycamore and Ulmer. Yeah, and that's the one where the tornado was declared a tornado emergency for the region. The Allendale County tornado, one of several confirmed in South Carolina. Tuesday afternoon, there was another that touched down in northeastern Newberry County. That was located near the local airport there. The state's atmosphere reflected the severe weather, sending ominous cloud coverage over Spartanburg County, as well as other areas. Storms continued to roll through South Carolina Tuesday evening, landing on the ground in Varnville, South Carolina, as well as Manning, South Carolina. In Manning, they say the damage was quickly noticeable, particular at a local shopping center. Tornadoes also hit South Carolina's southern neighbors hard in Alabama and Georgia, where both confirmed to have several touchdowns Tuesday afternoon. Reports in Alabama confirming tornadoes via radar in several eastern regions in that state, including Elmore County and the city of Troy, where the storm was strong enough to flip over vehicles there. Two Alabama state hubs, the capital city, Montgomery, and the college city of Auburn, narrowly missed the damage. One tornado touchdown southeast of the state capital in Orion, Alabama, did not enter the metro area of the city. Then there was a tornado warning for Auburn, with local officials telling residents seek shelter immediately. No reports of major damage there as of Tuesday evening. That's a number of other confirmed tornadoes this past afternoon. All right, so we put out the back signal. I guess looks like he is alive. Was it a harrowing experience? Tell us what you did.
Well, I hopefully you seen the video I put out.
I did.
I
yes.
was sitting there. Yeah, it tore up Allendale down at Allendale City. That's Allendale County. It just tore up a lot of stuff. And I'm sitting there, and you could just see it coming at you. It had been on the ground on the other side of the trees, and fellow that works, I guess they stopped and they got the video of that, and it had just I guess the funnel had just raised back up on the other side of the trees and skipped over top of us. I was sitting there at the EDF, and it's where you bring your wood chips and bark and sawdust. They make they burn that to make electrical power. But they'd called me out of the mill to work out in the woods to clean up the woods. They wanted to get their equipment out of there because they expected all this rain. So when I got there, I had 15 trucks ahead of me. And that was right in around 11 o'clock. Well, I'm still sitting there. It's 4 o'clock, and I'm 2 trucks away from the dump, and that sucker comes in there, and I can film this. There was nothing to be afraid of or anything. You just grabbed the camera and just started filming it, because you could see the clouds to the right of you just moving real fast from right to left, and the clouds just over your shoulder moving right, left to right. It was spinning counterclockwise, and it just, I know horse feathers, and I had already said it earlier. I'm not going to jump out of a heavy truck into a ditch. There's no place to go anyway. But why would I jump out of a truck? My earlier load was like 85,000 pounds, so, and I was loaded on my second load just about the same. And, it come through there. It jerked the truck around something fierce, blew over the plastic toilet.
I saw that. Yeah. Yeah.
And everybody was okay there, but sitting all that time trying to get unloaded, I couldn't get it unloaded because they shut the power, the receiving part of the power plant down. But everybody down here, you could see they were wide-eyed and crazy. Everybody's worried about their families, so they even shut down the shop earlier. And I took that load back to the shop. Was only 3 miles away from where my terminal is, and then I bobtailed on up to the house here, 29 miles north. It hardly had anything up here, but I'm currently sitting at the house, no water, so the electric did go out, so we got to do a little bit of tinkering before I can go back to work, and hopefully I'll have that mill back up, and I'll be able to unload my load. I still got to get it, but you know what? Thank you for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive family. Philip gave me a call just a little bit ago. So, but thank you for the family and having people worry about you. That's pretty cool. I appreciate all of you. And in a little bit here, about one more cup of coffee, I'll get out there and see how the world's doing. See, get back into the game.
So you weren't actually.
Other than that, we'll just sit back and copy the mail.
You weren't actually supposed to be out there. That was an odd time of day for you to be out working, right? I said 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He's normally not out there.
Well, I'm stuck in that line. Everybody, all the woods crews were trying to clear out their equipment out of the woods because the rain that was supposed to come in with this, they didn't. We were working in black mud, our black sand, which turns into soft black mud when it gets wet. You're working in a swamp.
Okay.
And we were trying to get the trees chipped up and get them over to the power plant, and a whole bunch of crews was doing it at the same time. normally at max, you'll have 5 trucks there waiting to unload, on any given day. But there was 15 trucks ahead of me when I come up there that day. And I wasn't doing it legal, but I wasn't that far from the house. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But we were stuck there, and we, like I said, I'm glad I was loaded because it was shoving that truck back and forth. It don't show it that much on the video. I don't know why, but man, it was kicking. That's for sure. Tell you what, Mother Nature has to come by every now and then and tell you, let you know who's boss.
Who's in charge, yeah. Well, I'm glad you pulled through. Everything's okay at the home 20 and all, so. All right, thanks for the update, and hopefully today's a better day.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if I can get this trailer unloaded, find out where I got to go to work.
Hopefully you won't be behind 15
All right,
trucks when you get there. Thanks for the update there. So I guess technically, he had sent me that video. I tried to call him. I guess it may have been 11 o'clock, about an hour before showtime, just see what, because I kind of thought the video, you could tell that was the green hood of his truck. And I said, yeah, that's Chevy guy. And it's right there. Like you described, you could actually see the tornado on the ground kind of as it was approaching the tree line to his left. Then, it looks like it kind of lifted a bit, but kind of pretty much went right over top of him and dropped back down over toward the east. All right, coming up in our final hour, which is just around the corner, hey, another keyword comes your way in our $1,000 daily driver bonus, thanks to Hot Shot Secret and TNCRadio.live. That'll be our final keyword for the overnight drive this morning. But then, of course, stick around, listen in throughout the day, TNCRadio.live during the morning drive, the morning grind, as they call it. You'll get a keyword between 9 and 11 a.m. Eastern Time, as well as during the evening surge between 5 and 7 p.m. Just go to TNCRadio.live, enter that keyword, and you'll be registered. Chance at $1,000 daily bonus. And then at the end of the 5-week contest, someone out of all those entries will win a $10,000 grand prize. Back to your calls in 2 here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, are you noticing you're hearing the word recession beginning to bubble up in more headlines? If you haven't, it is. There's something known as the yield curve. It's been inverting and uninverting. It's been kind of going back and forth in recent days. It uninverted this past morning when the 10-year Treasury bonds sold off by more than 2-year bonds. The yield on the 2 years rose 0.092%. The numbers, but the proximate causes of investors apparently changing their view on the path of the interest rates with a series of statements from Federal Reserve officials that made it clear there is a consensus that has developed that the central bank's going to have to raise rates by 50 basis points at the next meeting and then pursue a more aggressive runoff of the balance sheet. Now, they go through some of these statements from the various boards around the country. The San Francisco Fed, also noted as what they call a dove, voicing support for a 50 basis point hike. The president of the Minneapolis Fed, widely considered the most dovish Fed official of all, hosted an event where Brainerd made her remarks. So what they're saying, the doves are crying for a tighter monetary policy. So we begin to see this in the trucking industry as well. After 2 years of COVID-induced havoc in global freight markets, the volatility has begun to abate a bit. FreightWaves' view of the market has become clearer, and they tell us the picture is not pretty. We think another sharp, painful downturn in the truckload market is imminent. Could be as bad as 2019, they're saying. March has usually been soft in the truckload freight market, according to the Sonar Outbound Tender Volume Index. That's the index that measures actual truckload tenders in the contract market. So it provides a very reliable indicator of what direction the market's going. March is typically a strong month for trucking as shippers start to stock the shelves in preparation for summer. Late March normally gets a reliable end-of-quarter boost in volumes as shippers pump sales and reduce inventories. This year, though, we're not seeing that surge. In fact, March volumes are softer than at any point in the year 2021 other than the holidays. Which begs the question, what is causing soft truckload volumes? More than likely, the lower volumes are due to a major consumer slowdown. Inflation that began in 2020, combined with the surge in fuel prices related to increased inflation and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, have made consumers move to the sidelines. FreightWaves analysts also conduct channel checks throughout the network. Market participants are confirming what FreightWaves analysts are seeing in the actual data, which is spot rates are falling fast and volumes are dropping. What does that mean for the rest of this year? Well, there's many reasons to believe the freight market slowdown will continue and that an oversupply of trucking capacity, particularly in the spot market, will pull rates even lower. Consumer spending, they tell us, is shifting away from physical goods. Freight's all about the movement of physical goods. Travel and entertainment, that doesn't drive much freight. So any dollar spent on experiences means money isn't spent on cargo. After 2 years of massive consumption of physical goods, consumers are kind of pausing their spending. The COVID is largely behind us. People are starting to shift back towards spending away from physical goods, moving towards, that vacation that you didn't take in 2020 or 2021, the entertainment venues that so much was shut down and locked out of. So that's taken a large percent of disposable spending that we've seen over the last couple of years. Now, the trend toward intensive goods spending has taken longer than many initially expected to reverse, but consumer spending data confirms a material shift is taking place. February retail sales were nearly flat at just a 0.3%. Now, you couple in high fuel prices, inflation, which continues to rise. If traffic is any indication, consumers are on the move right now, and this requires fuel, except for the 3% of the U.S. population that have electric cars. Any money spent filling up your tank also means less money that you'll have for any other sort of discretionary spending. You know, it's a vicious cycle. Everything is more expensive than it used to be. Consumers are starting to be more cautious about the future. High fuel prices and runaway inflation saps consumer confidence, and that will continue to be a drag on discretionary purchases. Lastly, truckload spot rates are falling fast. Trucking spot rates are under massive pressure, they tell us, caused by too many trucks and not enough freight. Truckstops.com truckload spot rates peaked at $3.83 per mile in January. They are now down to $3.42 per mile. Spot rates will fall further and could hit $2.50 per mile by mid-year. Looks like we may see a rash of trucking bankruptcies on the way, and this is anticipated to be what they're referring to as Bloodbath 2.0. Here it comes. You know, as soon as these prices started to skyrocket, the prices at the pump, you'll recall I was alluding to you. Anybody remember 2008? Last time we saw skyrocketing diesel prices and gas prices. The number of trucking operations that either parked their vehicles or went bankrupt. Trucking has enjoyed the largest number of new entrants in its history over the past 2 years. New fleet registrations were up to 20,166 last month alone. That's unprecedented. The last peak was August of 2019. Now, many of the operators are unseasoned, they are inexperienced, they've probably never seen a market downturn like we're looking at here, much less run a business in the middle of one. They also bought their trucks and hired their drivers at the top of the market. So these same drivers that were chasing high spot volumes will be finding fewer and fewer opportunities. They'll either have to leave the trucking market or move to trucking companies that have more consistent freight. That will leave those trucks without a driver in the seat. Hope that's not the case. Bloodbath 2.0. All right, we'll get our news update here. Back to your calls. Final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
3 Republican senators are breaking from their party to support Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. Those senators are Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Mitt Romney of Utah. Jackson's confirmation by the full Senate is expected later this week. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has become the largest shareholder of the big tech company Twitter, with a 9.2% stake in the social media company. Musk now has 4 times as many shares as Twitter founder Jack Dorsey. Musk has been an outspoken critic of Twitter's biases and hostility to free speech. And JetBlue announced a bid to buy Spirit Airlines for $3.6 billion. That edges out a $2.9 billion offer from Frontier. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
One U.S. senator is offering his 2 cents on how to turn the screws on Russia.
Although the United States and NATO have imposed heavy sanctions on Russia, the Kremlin still has money coming in from selling their energy around the world. Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy, appearing on Fox News, explains how crucial it is for the United States to shut down some of this trade revenue.
We're not going to win this war unless we cut off Putin's cash flow. We're not going to cut off his cash flow unless we can get Europe to stop buying his oil and gas.
Kennedy calling on the White House to lift restrictions on U.S. oil production so Europe can rely on American energy rather than Russia. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The U.S. posted a near-record $89.2 billion trade deficit in February, reflecting an ongoing surge in imports and ramped-up efforts to offload foreign goods at congested ports. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky continues to reach out to the West.
President Zelensky talked with the United Nations General Assembly this morning via a translator.
I am addressing you on behalf of the people who honor the memory of the deceased every single day, in the memory of the civilians who died, who were shot and killed in the back of their head after being tortured. Some of them were shot on the streets, others were thrown into the wells, so they died there in suffering.
United States UN Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield from the UN floor.
But what we have not seen is that behind those destroyed buildings are destroyed lives and destroyed families. I met with women and children who had fled Ukraine, who stuffed their lives into backpacks and left the only home they had ever known.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Republicans nationwide are considering taking a page out of Florida's playbook. Red state lawmakers across the country are on the cusp of new legislation that would prohibit classroom discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity with young students. The Hill reports lawmakers in Ohio and Louisiana have filed similar bills. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said the Lone Star State's version of a similar bill would be a top priority in the next legislative session. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as we get our final hour underway, if I can kind of pick up just briefly where we left off, talking about potentially the bloodbath in trucking. And there are some stories I'd rather not talk about, but we want to stay on top of things. You need to hear the truth about what's going on. Even after one of the worst starts to an equity trading year in history, according to Bloomberg, the market upheaval might just be getting started. Ominous signs are piling up that more turmoil is on the way, as literally all the key indicators point toward a potential recession. The U.S. Treasury yield, which I mentioned, the yield curve has collapsed to near inversion, which most of us, including myself, what the hell does that mean? A situation when short-term rates exceed those with longer tenors, which often precedes a downturn. In Europe, energy costs have climbed to unprecedented levels. Obviously, Russia, Ukraine. Over time, they tell us, the three biggest factors that tend to drive the U.S. economy into a recession is number one, an inverted yield curve. Number two, some kind of commodity price shock or Fed tightening. Right now, it appears the potential for all three to happen at the same time. Food prices already at levels that contributed to uprisings in the past. Then you've got the war, Russia and Ukraine which combined account for 28% of global wheat exports, 16% of global corn. That only adds to the risks. Meanwhile, the Fed is unlikely to intervene to prevent sell-offs. According to Deutsche Bank, the global head of currency research there, that's because the root cause of the current spike in inflation is a supply shock, which means the playbook they would normally use to fight downturns for the past 30 years are off the table. They would be useless. The probability of a U.S. recession in the next year may be as high as 35%, according to economists at Goldman Sachs Group. Well, they cut the bank's growth forecast due to the soaring oil prices, the fallout from the war with Ukraine. Bank of America Corporation said the risk of an economic downturn is low for now, they say, but higher for next year. In other words, there are still some differing opinions out there, but let's jump over to the inbred redneck. It's been a while since he's checked in. What's been happening?
Oh, nothing much, buddy. Been busy. It's, I tell you what, I retire and I'm more busy than I ever was before. What kind of crap is this?
How's
buddy?
that work? Yeah.
I know it, buddy. I tell you what, it started this little construction company. I thought that I would be able to sit back, relax, and just point my finger,
Mm-hmm.
Use the brain instead of using the pot belly, right? But daggone, we do a little contract for Vanguard Mortgage Company, and we go and repo houses, buddy. And daggone, let me tell you, we have had more repos in the past month than we have had in the past 2 years. They put the moratorium on the repos.
Bingo. Yep.
The outbreak or whatever.
Yep.
And we were, some of the places that we had repoed, we would just maintain, basically go over and mow the grass and all that, and make sure everything's okay, make sure there ain't nobody squatting in there or anything, But hang on, I went to this feller's house the other day, and they done served him the papers and told him, can't be living here and everything else. It's pretty common that you go there and they're still there, you know. But daggone, it was cold that morning. We went over there and got to looking. And I always kind of look around the place. Me and my brother, we always look at the place there before we go in there. See if anybody's in there before we even try to go in. Walked around there, felt of the dryer vent. There was hot air coming out of it, buddy. Lights were on. Kept walking around through there. I said, hey, they're in there. We might as well go talk to them. Went and knocked on the door. Guy opened the door, said, hey, how you doing? What y'all want? And we told him what the deal was, told him he wasn't supposed to be there. He said, well, we were in the process of moving out. I said, you got the dryer on, you're watching TV, and you was sitting in your recliner, you know. I said, I don't think you're moving, you know. So we ended up having to call the cops out there. Normal stuff, but buddy, that the recession is real. It's coming, buddy. Whether you agree with the crazy mind of the inbred redneck or not, it's a coming. I told everybody about Bitcoin. I told everybody about Dogecoin, buddy. I'm telling you, it is coming, and it's coming full force. But the thing I can't understand, Steve, well, I understand it, but a lot of it don't make sense. You go to the grocery store, and for the most part, you look around, they do a pretty good job of making a show of it. They'll put, stuff that shouldn't be there on that shelf and everything else just to make it look like they got full shelf. But if you notice, you look around, you really don't see what you used to see. You know? And the only thing I can figure about all this stuff is a lot of people ain't realizing about the packaging and what's going on in China right now, buddy. They got a big lockdown going on over there over the bird flu.
Yes, they do.
And, you know, these environmentalists went so daggone crazy. They pretty much run DuPont and 3M and them to push a lot of their stuff over into China for your packaging. You know, making plastic film. People don't even think about that. Shrink wrap, plastic film, all that. A lot of that stuff is made in China now. You're not getting it in the U.S. like you used to, you know, just because of EPA junk. It's totally backwards, buddy. But I'm glad to hear that everybody is turning around and Pappy's daughter's got back and getting to get back home and all that. Buddy, I got a big important meeting this morning.
Oh, yeah?
So I'm out here rumbling around. I had a little problem there at the house, buddy. To most people, this ain't going to be a problem in your life. But daggone, Steve, I said, I'm retired. I got my hands in all kinds of stuff, you know, just farting around and tooling around. I really shouldn't be doing all this stuff. I need to kick back and sit in the hot tub, wear the G-string, and have a good time, you know. But, I got to looking around the house. I said, man, I'm running out of space. Things are happening here. I said, something's got to give here. And I've narrowed it down to a couple of things there, buddy. You know, I had been growing some marijuana. You know, a piece of my property is over in Virginia. I got 10 acres in Virginia there, you know. I got a couple of houses, a trailer court there and everything else, you know. I started running out of room in the log cabin. Buddy, I got 10 pounds of marijuana sitting over there. And I said, what in the hell am I going to do with it? It's great that all this stuff is legal. You can't sell it, you know. So I got to Googling around and looking. It's illegal to sell marijuana in Virginia, even though it's legalized. So I got to looking around, and I said, well, what can I do about this? I found a medical marijuana dispensary, got a meeting with them this morning, and and we're going to see what we can do about clearing out some of this stuff, buddy. And I told them on the phone yesterday, I said, I'll just give it to you. I said, I don't even smoke the stuff. I said, you know, I'm just doing it for a little bit of fun, and things just happen. I got to do something because got the 10 pounds there, and then I got another harvest coming up. That'll be another.
Well,
another 12 pounds.
Come on, 10 pounds, Redneck. I mean, you're a big boy. A personal consumption. How long would it take you to go through 10 pounds?
Buddy, it would take me 10 years. And I don't even touch the stuff. You know, I mean,
you.
In my younger days, yeah. But, I mean, what am I... And I talked to him. I said, well, we got to, you know, work out something. He said, well, you know, it ain't legal and stuff. I said, well, you know, maybe if I just give this to you and then you can set up some sort of credit line with me. And once they change the laws or something, we can work it out there, you know. So we're going to go over here and have some negotiations this morning after a stop at the Huddle House.
There you go.
Yeah, I was giving it away to the redneck girls' friends and everything else, and you know, I was telling them, I said, you know, I don't want to just give this out to anybody and everybody. I said, I got to interview these people and talk to them and see if I got something wrong with them and everything else, you know. And yeah, I got rid of about 2 pounds that way, but Lord. So that's the only reasonable explanation I come up with. It's a crazy world, and you'll run into some crazy problems, Steve. But let me tell you the worst part of it. To get to my property in Virginia, there is no road on the Virginia side. So I have to go through Kentucky to get to Virginia. So I've got a whole nother set of problems of trying to figure out how to get this stuff out of here to this dispensary. And the only thing I'm figuring on is horseback, buddy. This is crazy. They got to clear up these laws, buddy.
Yeah,
I'm going to send some money to some politicians.
Now you can just, you hire you a few Mexicans. They'll put it on in their backpacks like they do on the border.
Well, Steve, I can't go the coyote route. I've got to be legal, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. You would be a coyote if you went that route.
Yeah, buddy. Let me tell you. Yeah, crazy world, crazy problems. But you know, buddy, I still ain't figured you out after all these years. Come down there to the truck show. Going to be my first appearance there, buddy. You heard what was going on out there. I wish somebody would have told me they had a ban on G-strings down there at the daggone Fair and Expo Center before I come, buddy. Even Big Moose said, you ever gonna get you in? You heard him right there on the air, buddy.
I heard him, yeah. I heard something about that little fiasco, so you never made it in, you never made it past security. Inbred redneck, you're 8 up. I say just go the personal consumption route. That way you can forget about all the other problems in the world. Hell, 10 pounds, you'll never know. We will be in and out of a recession by the time you come to. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What do you say? Let's just go ahead and take care of business here. We'll get back to your calls in a moment at 844-844-3388. Here we go. It's time for a chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Here's this hour's keyword. In regards to our $1,000 driver daily bonus giveaway. Here you go. This hour's keyword is drive. Anybody familiar with that? Yeah, most of you drive for a living. D-R-I-V-E, drive. Go to tncradio.live on the web or the app and enter that keyword. It's pretty simple. Just click on the contest. It'll say enter your keyword, again, which is drive. And then you will be registered as a potential winner. There's our keyword number 2 here on a Wednesday morning. Drive. Let's see if Eagle's still awake. Take 2. Morning, Eagle. You hanging with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. I got a couple of things I wanted to talk about before I hang up. Before you go off the air. Hey, listen, Steve, you already know how I feel about social media. Elon Musk, I understand he bought into Twitter. Hopefully he'll reinstate Donald Trump so we can, not that Trump cares because he has his own deal now, but just to show Twitter that they, can't tell people what they can say. Mm-hmm. Like I say, they don't have to worry about me because I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on none of them because I'm not going to allow these people to tell me what I can say, so they can, it's a bad situation with that, but here's the deal, Steve, I don't know if you've seen the video today. I was looking at the video after I hung up with you. Good old Barack Obama was back in the White House today.
Yes.
There's a video out there where he just totally ignores Joe Biden. Joe Biden is standing in the background looking at him. He's like, hey, You can look at his mouth. He looked like he says to Obama, "Hey, I'm the president," and because Obama just completely ignores him and was socializing with Kamala, or whatever you want to call her, and just totally ignored Joe Biden. Joe Biden, like I say, he's just in the White House, an empty suit, as somebody calls Biden, Steve. I don't know why. Steve, let me ask you a question. Well, we already know Joe Biden. He would never step down. But I'm talking about his family. If they cared about Joe Biden, they wouldn't see that the man has serious dementia issues and that he's not capable of doing his job properly. But he's embarrassing at this point. It's really sad looking at Joe Biden, just the face of this man. He's deteriorating very rapidly. I don't know if he's gonna make it another 2 years in the White House at the rate he's going. Now, let me say this about the truck driving deal right quick, Steve, before I hang up with you. As far as truck driving goes, things are going good right now. You were talking about some of the bad things that could occur in the future. But as of right now, the freight is moving good. As I can see, I see less owner-operated trucks on the road. And the owner-operators that you do see on the road right now, they're running about 60, 65 miles an hour, 62. They've shut the speed down on their trucks. You don't see owner-operators running 75, 80 miles an hour no more because the fuel is so expensive. I very rarely get passed up by an owner-operator truck. I pass more owner-operators than pass me up now. My truck does 75, and I very rarely have an owner-operator pass me up. And we're at the company I'm at right now. We lease trucks at the company that I'm at, and I've talked to some of the drivers. And after they pay all the money that they owe on the truck, Steve, the truck payment, fuel, insurance, and all that. I've talked to drivers that are going home with $200 and $300 paychecks because the fuel is just eating up their profits. And a lot of those guys are trying to get back into company trucks because, like I said, they're making about $200 to $300 a week after everything is paid for. I've talked to owner operators before. They always like to brag, but they make $2,000 to $3,000 a week. That might be right, but they forget to tell you that that other things are deducted out of that $2,000 or $3,000.
Yep.
And after all the deductions are said and done, they're making the same as a company driver. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Thank you much. Eagle, good to hear from you. All right, we're about a minute away from news break here. And it's almost that time, right? Here we go. The 106th running of the Indy 500, less than 2 months away. And according to the statement from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway president, Doug Boyles, they're excited for fans to return. According to WISH-TV, Charlie Gifford, the stands are ready for hundreds of thousands of fans after the COVID pandemic, of course, had cut the crowd to 40% of capacity last year. That's like 135,000 fans. And, of course, they ran with no fans. In August of 2020, they tell us we are ready to return to full capacity. I think there's a lot of people out there saying, look, it's time to get out. We want to get back out. It's a Hoosier thing to do. Who's going to the Indy 500? All right, we'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A law enforcement official says a second suspect arrested in connection with the mass shooting that killed 6 people in Sacramento posted a live Facebook video of himself brandishing a handgun hours before the shooting. The official told the Associated Press on Tuesday that investigators are trying to determine whether the weapon in the video was used in the shooting. Smiley Martin is the brother of the first man taken into custody. More than 100 shots were fired early Sunday in that shooting. The Oklahoma House has given final legislative approval to a bill that would make performing an abortion a felony. The bill passed Tuesday with little discussion and no debate. The bill now heads to Republican Governor Kevin Stitt, who's indicated he'll sign it. The bill makes an exception to save the life of the mother. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3, and you'll also get free shipping.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
A summer of excitement is within sight. This week, the polling spotlight is on the Sunshine State, and we'll soon know our first 3 champions of 2022. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. You've heard us refer to the NTPA's national and member state schedule as a place to find a poll near you. Let's take the occasion of this radio report to explain exactly what we mean as we go state by state through the 2022 Grand National Calendar at ntpapull.com. There you can also view regional national events and click the member state link at the top of the schedule page to view those events. In Minnesota, it's the Power Pole Nationals at the McLeod County Fairgrounds in Hutchinson, June 17th and 18th. In Illinois, it's the DeKalb County Fair NTPA Grand Nationals in Sandwich, September 8th and 10th. In Indiana, it's the Johnson County Fair Pole in Franklin, July 15th and 16th. In Iowa, it's the North Iowa Nationals at Chamber Acres in Rockwell, August 4th through 6th. In Kansas, it's the Wild West Grand Nationals at Raceway Park in Dodge City, July 8th and 9th. In Kentucky, it's the Meade County Fair NTPA Grand Nationals in Brandenburg, July 29th and 30th. In Ohio, it's the Fort Recovery NTPA Grand Nationals at Ambassador Park in Fort Recovery, July 29th and 30th. The Henry County Fair Pole in Napoleon, August 13th. The National Tractor Pulling Championships at the Fairgrounds in Bowling Green, August 18th through 20th. The Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fair in Wellington, August 26th. And the Enderley Pull-Off at the Fairgrounds in Urbana, September 17th. In Tennessee, it's the Clay Hill Summer Sizzler at the racetrack in Atwood, June 3rd and 4th. And the Lions Super Bowl of the South at Lions Motorsports Park in Chapel Hill, July 22nd and 23rd. And in Wisconsin, it's the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, June 23rd through 25th. In addition to these states, you'll find great national events in Michigan, New York, and North Carolina. New events and classes are still being added to the national schedule, so check back frequently for the most up-to-date information. And while there's nothing like feeling the ground shake under the force of 10,000 plus horsepower, many of these events will be live streamed via the association's over-the-top online channel, ntpa.tv. Available for mobile platforms, Roku, and Apple TV, ntpa.tv is the next best thing to being there. But before all that gets rolling in the Midwest and Wild West, we've got action in the Southeast as the Clay County Fair Truck and Tractor Pull in Green Cove Springs features 3 national classes competing on Saturday night and Sunday afternoon, April 9th and 10th. Super Farm tractors, supercharged two-wheel drive trucks, and supercharged modified minis will invade the Paul E. Reinhold Memorial Fairgrounds in both sessions, and will award the 2022 Region 6 title in each division on Sunday. Several Mid-Florida state classes will also appear. Visit ntpapull.com for more information on this and all NTPA national and member state events. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, it is. On a foggy Wednesday morning outside the secret bunker. They said we had gone from thick as pea soup for a few hours. Things cleared up a bit, and it's back to pea soup out there at this hour. I sent my daughter a message here. Said, you need to head out to work early this morning. The fog is bad. So, be careful out there. And it's much Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky. I'm seeing messages from some folks over in Indiana said it's really, really thick. All right. Slow it down. Who was that? The Beaten Buzzard said, dense fog beyond belief here in Huntington, Indiana. Everybody stay safe and God bless. All right. Hello to Kentucky Ken. He checked in here about an hour ago. Good morning from Iowa. It's a little cool, but not rainy here. It's Kentucky Ken listening in, preparing to get ready to roll towards Eau Claire, Wisconsin. All right. Morning to the Dipsy driver. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive Nation, 47 here in mid-Michigan. Only going to have a high of like 52 today with some rain expected to move in about the noon hour. Hello to the hired gun there in Georgia. You've been listening to the news updates. He heard that break there. 3 Republicans breaking ranks. Collins, Murkowski, Romney. That's not a surprise at all, is it? No, it doesn't surprise him. 3 of the worst rhinos in D.C. They may as well just go ahead and join the Democrat Party. That's been the case for many, many years. Yes, indeed, hired gun. Good to have you on board. Hello to Rick checking in from Columbus. How foggy is it out in your neck of the woods? All right. How do you think having access to a truck stop with full hookups, it would change your travels? Not for the truckers. This is for the RVers out there. It could revolutionize RV road trips in the future, but will it be a good thing? Now, they're talking about hookups at truck stops and how it could change your experience. According to CSP Daily News and other sources, in May of 2021, Love's Travel Centers and KOA partnered together to offer full hookup camping locations at specific truck stops. These campgrounds would be adjacent to the Love's truck stops and expand their hospitality offerings. Right now, some of the Love's travel stops actually have hotels on site. KOA and Love's planned the first KOA Journey Campground in Macomb, Mississippi. Like all other Journeys parks, the one in Macomb will have pull-through sites with full hookup RV sites and tent locations. The Macomb KOA will also offer well-lit after-hours check-in service, dog parks, laundry facilities, playgrounds, and a convenience store. KOA Journey campgrounds are often right off the highway, so it's easy to pull off for the night and get right back on the road the next morning. Now, the KOA Journey in Macomb, anyway, was supposed to open at the end of last year. We couldn't find the Macomb location when we checked the KOA website, but RVers, they tell us, can expect to pay about at least $45 per night. Will that be something they're expanding around the country? I think that is ultimately the plan, with KOA joining up with various Love's Travel Center locations. All right, let me see. Mud Dog checking in. Morning, Steve. What's the clue word? Did you miss that just a few minutes ago? All right, I'll give it to you one more time. This hour's key word, as we call it, or clue word, if you'd like, is drive. D-R-I-V-E. It's like driving a truck. Thank you, Mud Dog. Dipsy Driver pointed that out to him as well. Hey, let's get back at it here at 844-844-3388. What's going on with the Knuckle Buster?
Yeah, morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, don't put overnight drive in there because you won't get it.
That's correct.
It's got to be just drive.
Just drive in this case.
Put
you
overnight,
are correct. Wrong code.
Put overnight drive in that checkout box for Hot Shot Secret products there and get that 10% discount there. But why in the hell would you want to go camping out at a truck stop, Steve? I mean, that's not camping out. Not to me, anyway.
I guess if you got I've never stayed at a KOA campgrounds. I hear they're supposed to be pretty nice, but I guess you've got the KOA kind of, I guess, adjacent to, connected to the truck stops that they're trying to say.
Yeah. Well, I stayed at one KOA. That was up in Indiana there. I bought a brand new camper, and they wanted $1,000 to transport it down there. I told Tennessee, I said, hell, we can drive up there and back cheaper than $1,000.
Right.
So we just went up there and got it on our own, you know. That was back before Joe Biden became president there. I don't know where Eagle runs. I'm assuming he runs Texas down there. But I run Memphis to anywhere in Oklahoma and anywhere in Texas. And I drive a speed limit, 70, 75 mile an hour. But it don't make no difference. Them owner-operators be passing me like I'm fitting steel. Like, they don't care. I guess most of them can't even speak English anyway, so they just get out here and run over everybody there, especially them Amazon trailers. Them's the worst ones that'll get you run over there. Well, here's a few things I read today that Chuck Norris said I, too, once was a man trapped in a woman's body. Then I was born. I can relate to that, Steve. Between the price of ammo, gas, and lumber, it's getting harder to be a good old redneck boy there. Yep. And this woman on TikTok, she said, every time I see a mattress on top of a car, I think to myself, man, them prostitutes are doing DoorDash now. I don't even know what DoorDash is, but I thought that was pretty funny. I don't know, do they strap them up to the top of their cars up there like they do down south?
You're strapping what on top of the car?
A mattress.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't care where you live. There's hillbillies everywhere. They try it. And sometimes you'll find them laying on the side of the road where they came off the roof.
I know that's right there. Hell, they don't strap them down right. And, Steve, I read where Biden had to go to the doctor today. He was rushed to the emergency room there. Said he couldn't stop pooping.
All right. Yeah, boy.
And this passenger on Southwest Airlines team, he got caught masturbating 4 times on his flight from, I don't forgot where it was from, it was out west out there, California, Arizona or something. But the woman sitting beside him there, she didn't mind too much, so she was up there videoing him. I guess she was doing that for laughter, right?
I saw that
crazy,
headline.
you know?
I mean, that one kind of boggled my mind. I don't know. How is that possible on an airline flight?
Yeah, I know. Well, that's some sick freaks in this world, Dave.
Yeah.
I got a friend on Facebook there. She got a call from her son's teacher today, Steve, to go over his progress. She said that he needed to practice on his writing more. His right hand seemed weak. Well, the boy's mama told him, well, put that pencil in his left hand because he's a lefty, and he'll do a whole lot better. And he's been 146 days, this teacher's been forcing him to write with his right hand. So I agreed with the mama, put it in the left hand. Ain't nothing wrong with being a lefty. I got a son-in-law and a granddaughter who's a lefty. My grandmother was a lefty there. So let's wind this thing up on down the road there because it's getting almost quitting time there. Let's keep Steve Sommers overnight drive going down the road. Buy some Hot Shot Secret products. Put overnight drive code in the box and check out. Get some of that sticks and eliminators, some of that everyday diesel. I don't know. They still needing some of that anti-gel up north there, Steve.
Probably not much longer, but yeah, it never hurts to have some on hand.
Oh, I know that's right. Well, yeah, buy some, stock some up for next winter there, too. You know, buy some Steve Sommers overnight drive products, baseball caps, T-shirts, travel mugs, especially you women. Man, I don't care. You can. I know some women that's got tattoos on theirs, Steve, but I just like them when the headlights come on there. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Okay. You heard that bit about the tattoos earlier, did you? Yeah, it's about 10 before the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. I had a chance to interviewed a couple of the gals from the St. Christopher Fund while we were there in Louisville at the Mid-America Truck Show. And they were talking about some of the health things that they offered to the truck drivers out there, one of which was the Rigs Without Cigs. Rigs Without Cigs, a smoking cessation and incentive program offered by the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund to encourage professional drivers and hopefully help reduce and maybe ultimately quit using tobacco products. Trying to recall, I believe it was our friend Steve there in Nashville. Of course, he's a day shift driver now, but he actually chimed in after that. I said, I might be interested in joining them because he's been dipping. He's been dipping for many years, apparently, and it's a hard habit to break like anything else. For help to quit smoking, you can register in the Rigs Without Cigs program online at the St. Christopher Trucker Relief Fund website. You must have an active Class A commercial driver's license and be a resident of the U.S. Friends and family members of professional drivers are encouraged to participate, but they'll not be eligible for the incentives that are available to the actual drivers. Drivers can choose from 3 methods to help quit. Of course, they've got the cold turkey method, which requires downloading or getting a hard copy of a book to guide the smoker that wants to quit. They offer nicotine replacement therapy. They offer the tapering off method, which makes use of a free app, Smoke Revoke for your iPhone, or a smoke-free Quit Smoking Slowly app for your Android device. And they do offer several incentives to quit. For 1 month of being tobacco-free, drivers in the program get a tumbler and a reimbursement of up to $50 for nicotine patches, lozenges, or the book. 3 months of tobacco-free, drivers can get a Road Pro 12-volt cooler. 6 months, if you can make it to 6 months of living without tobacco, you can actually choose from a Road King 950 Bluetooth headset or a Road King RK CB radio, classic CB radio. And if you get to 1 year tobacco-free, you can choose to get 2 of 4 different gifts from the folks at Road Pro. You've got the cooler, warmer, the Road King 950 Bluetooth headset. There's a Wilson T5000 Trucker Series mobile CB antenna, or the Road King RKCB Classic CB radio. There's a couple of other things, but check that out at the St. Christopher Fund website. Just something to help maybe incentivize those. If you've been thinking about it anyway, this might make it that much easier. All right, round in third, headed for home, as Rick just said. A few days ago, the drugs that are pouring into this country, the cartels constantly looking for new ways to beat the Customs and Border Protection, finding new ways of getting the drugs in. This is one I've never heard of. A 47-year-old Mexican truck driver attempting to enter at the port of entry cargo facility in El Paso. Truck was referred for a secondary inspection, and then according to Customs and Border Protection, in that secondary, officers conducted a non-intrusive inspection where they identified there's some anomalies in the fuel tank. Customs and Border Protection officer with his drug-sniffing canine partner joined the inspection, resulting in an alert to the presence of a trained odor emitting from the vehicle. Further examination led the officers to discover a tank, one of the fuel tanks on the truck, full of a liquid substance that tested positive for the properties of methamphetamine. It was liquid methamphetamine, which they had to extract from the fuel tank. Ultimately, there was 548 pounds of the liquid methamphetamine, estimated street value $3 million. That's an interesting way to try to get around it, but So you actually had one tank locked off with the Met. The other tank was the one running the truck. What will they think of next? All right, in our final moments, again, could be another very active day. We've been watching some showers and thunderstorms continue to come together. And some of these already at this early morning hour really packing a punch. That's only going to continue to grow across the south through the upcoming day. Some of these storms moving through now, eastern, northeast, and north central Arkansas, moving over into Tennessee. Much more development expected further south and east, right on the heels of one round of severe weather in the Carolinas this past day. You're going to see a less than 24-hour break and potentially a round 2 of severe weather coming your way, which again could include tornadic activity. Most of the action today will be, say, between the I-10 and the I-40 corridor from Mississippi and northern Florida all the way up into the southern Appalachians. So be careful out there. And again, don't forget, caution in the fog, especially in the Ohio Valley this morning. With that, we'll look forward to seeing you back here at the midnight hour tonight. Have a great, safe hump day. And we'll see you as we roll into a Thursday for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.